We do have a slight technical delay. Okay, we've got some technical difficulties, but I do want to say, while I appreciate people handing in the request to speak for this meeting, we'll have public hearings and you can come up because it's an important due process thing on the property. So we want to make sure everybody that wants to speak on a particular property can. And we'll get started as soon as our technical difficulties are. Okay, you guys ready? All right, I'll call this special meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Weger and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Father, once again, we come before you today thanking you for the blessings of the day. And Lord, as we stand before you now, we ask for your wisdom. Lord, you've told us that when we lacked it, all we had to do was to ask. And so, Father, we're asking once again to give us your wisdom for the best benefit of our community, and we thank you for the opportunity to serve. Have your will and way, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, Pastor. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Here. Harris. Here. Chapman. Present. Gill. Yes. Hampton. Here. Weger. Here. Williams. Present. Warren.
I'll start over. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the primary structure and all secondary structures, unless otherwise specifically noted, on the property located at 103 Southeast Lee Boulevard, 201 Southwest Sheridan Road, 1217 Northwest Cash Road, 1514 Southwest Lee Boulevard, 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard, and 3134 Northwest Cash Road to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Give me just 1 second. I'm not clicking. Hey, Darling, can you help me out with that? Okay, so the property at 103 Southeast Lee Boulevard, no water account since 2023, with a fire date of 9/19/2023. Posted on the property November 27, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, I will open the public hearing on 103 Southeast Lee Boulevard. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Come on there. Hi, we need your name and address, please.
Mitchell Rhodes, 1412 Southeast Hillcrest Avenue, home address, and then here for 103 Southeast Lee.
Okay, on this one, what do you have to say?
Well, first of all, I didn't know there was a notice posted there, so just obviously got this letter in the mail. I'm just kind of wondering timeline on this deal, or what. I mean, planning on tearing the structure down. Yeah, well, originally I was in the process of selling it, and then that didn't happen, so.
I was kind of hoping you were going to be reopening.
It had crossed my mind, but at this point, I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I'm going to tell you for my part, it's sad. I wish you were, because you're like the third oldest restaurant or second oldest restaurant, family-owned restaurant in town.
Yeah.
So I really hate to hear that you're not going to be able to.
At this point, I mean, the fire was pretty bad. Got pretty much the whole inside of it. So, I mean, it would have to be torn down and start over anyways, basically. So.
And your plan is to tear it down?
Yes, but like I said, I didn't realize there was a notice posted, and I don't know what kind of timeline we're looking at, or when this needs to happen. I mean, obviously as soon as possible, but.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you how it is, and somebody's going to tell me if it's different commercial. We don't usually do commercial. Today it's all commercial. But you have 30 working days, which is 6 weeks to get a permit.
Okay.
If you want to remodel, then you have to show progress every month. If you go and get a demo permit, then we actually give you a discount at the dump, and it's a lot cheaper for you to do it than to have us do it.
Absolutely.
I would think, so, okay.
And I would have to obtain a permit through the city here for a demo? Okay, and then that's just downstairs?
Or whoever you hire might get it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it could
Okay.
be. So I started to mention a company name. I shouldn't do that. But I would assume they would get the permit.
Okay.
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 All right. Well, hopefully you can find another location. It's a historical institution to our city. And
Absolutely,
I
absolutely.
hate to see it.
I do too. Well,
But obviously we're responsible for public safety. And
understand,
so,
yes,
all right.
totally. So, and then still not sure as far as timeline, how,
For the details, I'm going to let you get with John, and they'll work with you, and if, or with Josh, I mean, and if there's anything you don't understand, just pick up the phone and call them, and call me, and I'll help you too. Okay.
okay, sounds good.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you for
you.
coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward on this item? 103 Southeast Lee Boulevard. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated, public nuisance, and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
And we do have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. And the motion carries 7-0. That brings up 201 Southwest Sheridan. Josh?
201 Southwest Sheridan Road, an inactive water account since 2015 with a fire date of June the 6th, 2024. Posted on the property November 27th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 201 Southwest Sheridan Road. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. 201 Southwest Sheridan. Is anybody here? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 1217 Northwest Cash Road. Josh?
1217 Northwest Cash Road, inactive water account since 2015. Posted on the property November 27, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1217 Northwest Cash Road. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. And we have Mike Cornish. I've got his address on speaking request. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Stan. Council, I'm here before you because once again, I didn't see the notice on the door, but I got the letter that you want to tear it down. I've been instrumental in the community rehab Dave's Laundry at 63rd and Cash Road, put Fort Sill National Bank there. I'm the guy that takes older buildings, repurposes them, and does something good. Unfortunately, COVID has killed all that. I'm competing with the mall. A lot of things have happened, but it's still for sale. I think it's a well-built metal building, structurally built by Lawrence Steel, and I don't think it needs to be tore down. Any questions?
Council, do you have any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Sorry.
I think and Josh could probably explain this better, but I think the broken windows and the graffiti on the back is probably what we're upset about. Do you have the ability or the desire to fix that?
You can't keep windows in it because I pick up everybody's trash weekly. I
Right.
picked up a grocery cart today and a couch last week.
I get that. So,
But, until we get something done with the
do you have any,
illegal littering, which you can't stop,
do you have any prospects?
we've showed it a couple of times, yes, sir.
Okay. Is the inside still good?
Yep, signs up.
Okay. So what do you want to do with it?
It's for sale, it's for rent. I just need somebody that wants to move to Lawton, Oklahoma, but Lawton, Oklahoma is not the place they want to come to here lately.
If you were in our shoes, what would you do?
Well, I'd look at the history, what I've done and cleaned up in the community and what I've built in the community, and make your own decision. I can't change y'all's choice. It is what it is.
Thank you, Mike.
So how long have you owned the building, Mike?
Right before COVID, I've had it a few years. I don't,
So Josh, what would be required of Mike to get this building to
Off the
where
list.
we don't consider it D&D, rather than complete remodel till he gets a tenant? What does he need to do to get it to in code, I'm going to say? I don't know if that's the right term.
Well, I mean, technically, yes, but that'd probably be a good question for John, because I know they would send out their building inspector to go and see what exactly would need to be brought up to code for them to keep it open.
So some of the things that we would look at, so we would send out a building inspector out there to review the building to make sure that it is structurally sound, because they do want to do with a D&D permit. They don't want to just do exterior or makeup on it, and other things could be wrong with it. So we would have to do a inspection on that. But for the beginning of the start, the windows on it will need to be replaced. The siding on the front needs to be replaced. Looks like some of the shingles are broken on top of that, so they would need to get new roofing on that. Looked like a couple of graffiti on the backside, and electrical, looked like the electrical was, it works. Looks like some of the electrical right here on the left side of the door. Okay. And then I know this place, we've been called out there multiple times about people with the HVAC unit, where people are still in the copper out of that, so the HVAC units will have to be brought back up to code and replaced on those.
So the HVAC units would have to be brought back up to code before he gets a tenant?
So that would be one of the things that we would look at, though, on our permitting process, because one of the things that we do look at, you have to keep the area over, hold on, I'm trying to remember what it is. I want to say it's 60 degrees has to be a minimum temperature inside of the building, inside of a room. That basically keeps the pipes from freezing inside the property itself. So that is one of the things that we have to make sure that that does work.
Is this a sprinkled building?
No.
So
No water stirring.
I'm not aware, are you saying there's a code for general or for sprinkled buildings?
It'd be for general, is what it is. Because just like in our restrooms, there's one that says that we have to look at, but if there's no water that's turned on currently right now, so the water pipes will not bust on it.
If there's not a sprinkler system in it.
And there's not a sprinkler
Then
system.
it would have to be brought up to code if it's a 50%.
Yeah, and the water's not.
Which it would be, but it would help for fire.
What does Charlotte want to say?
What John's trying to say is that you're required to heat a building to 68 degrees 3 feet out from the wall. It's a requirement not to have air conditioning in a building, but you are required to heat a habitable building. So if there's no water turned on, if the building were to be weatherized, then I wouldn't say that we would require that the HVAC be brought up to code right now, but before a tenant would be brought in, then we would look at the HVAC at that point.
Okay, let's talk about the windows, because you said it could be winterized.
Yes,
Okay, and then it doesn't have to be heated.
correct.
Okay, and so let's talk about the windows, because everybody up here knows he's not going to be able to keep windows from being broken. What does our code say about boarded up windows? They have to be painted the same color of the building, or?
Correct.
It's okay to put them up there, but they have to look like part of the building.
Yes. Yes, and actually, our code and state statute says if the structure is boarded up for more than 6 months, that's when we can start looking at it to be declared dilapidated. So that is one of the reasons that we brought it before you guys, because it has sat empty for so long and it's been closed up for so long.
We're not aware of any structural damage, right? Okay, I think
No.
what I would hope the council would do here is maybe just table this and allow the staff to go work with Mike and talk about minimum amount necessary. And when I say minimum, I mean minimum. I'm a building owner, and I don't want to have to put an HVAC when I don't know who's going to rent it and the load that I'm going to need for them.
Right.
So a lot of things have to wait in commercial until you get the tenant and know what you're doing for the tenant. And, you know, Mike knows buildings as well as anybody in town, and he has repurposed. And so I'd just like for you guys to meet out there. If I, okay, now, I'm still in a public hearing, so I have to, is there anybody else that wants to speak on this? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, can I get a motion to table to the second meeting of January?
I'm going to do you one better. I already had that in mind. I'm going to make a motion to table this until June the 17th, which is 6 months. To give Mike time to, a little more time. Mike has a long history in this community. We've got a long history of working with him. We've had another incident, if I recall right, we drove a trailer with a backhoe right through one of his buildings one time, and he was gracious about that. So I just want to give him enough time to be able to do something. But at 6 months, Mike,
I'll get it boarded up and painted the same color and try to make everybody happy.
Hold on just a minute. Have a motion on the floor to table for 6 months. And have a second discussion or debate. Mr. Gill.
I do have discussion if I can get the mic. I appreciate to table it. I'm for that, but I don't understand what we're tabling it for to that date, because let me say this. We put buildings on the D&D for two reasons mainly. They're unsafe structurally or whatever, and or they're an eyesore for the community and people don't want to be next to them with expensive property. So what it appears to me that we can table it that long and come back at that point, but what are we going to do then? Well, let me suggest that we have staff go look at it, make a report if it's structurally sound. If it's structurally sound, then we're talking about cosmetic only, and Mike can certainly put some windows or something in there that's permanent, FRP, whatever, paint it, fix that building up because it's definitely an eyesore, and do that for not a lot of money, get the building back to where it looks good in the neighborhood, and then do something with it later on when you can. I'm in agreement with you. It's not a structure that needs to be tore down.
So that sounds like a substitute motion.
It is.
And are you recommending the second meeting of January?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is
Substitute
there a
motion.
second to the
Same
substitute
thing you
motion?
want.
Pardon? Did I hear a second? Okay, we have a substitute motion to table to the second meeting of January, and all that goes with that of getting with the staff and coming back with a report. Is there discussion or debate on the substitute motion? That's what we're discussing now. Yes, sir.
so one of the reasons that I gave that date is I know that we have other properties, and specifically the drive-in there on Second and Ferris that has been on the D&D for over a year and still has not been destroyed. And I remember talking to, I think to Josh or John, we have a contract, or it's on the list. We couldn't tear this thing down for 6 months anyway. We couldn't get to it. So that's, well, I figure it won't make a difference. But
Okay, is there any further discussion or debate? Yes.
We may need to get a different second. 1 second.
Well, let's just get a different
Mayor-
second.
Mayor
We'll
Booker.
take care of it.
Mayor
Go
Booker,
ahead.
can I make a comment here?
Yeah.
And I know what issue John Andrew is looking at. I think procedurally, it would be a little bit better if someone other than Councilwoman Williams seconded the substitute motion, since she seconded the first motion. So since those motions oppose each other, I think that there should be a different second.
I got it. Why don't we get a second? Okay, and Ms. Hankins seconds that. So now we're in discussion or debate. Please vote. You're voting on the substitute motion. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, Mike. Now brings up 1514 Southwest Lee Boulevard. Josh.
Fifteen 14 Southwest Lee Boulevard has an inactive water account since 2017. Posted on the property November 27, 2024. Any questions?
There's no roof on this building, is that correct?
It's got portions of the roof missing. I couldn't see the whole part of the roof.
It actually has a tarpaulin on it that's rotted out for most of it, some metal.
Yeah, you can see right there, but there's also other parts of the roof that aren't out there.
Okay, Mr. Harris has a question.
No, you asked.
Okay, council, any questions before I open the public hearing? Seeing no further questions from the council, I'll open the public hearing on 1514 Southwest Lee Boulevard. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. 1514 Southwest Lee Boulevard. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. Josh.
2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. No actor, no water account found on this property. Posted on the property November 27, 2024. Any questions?
Okay, so the roof is missing on this building,
Correct.
and there hasn't been any water in so long you couldn't find a record. Is that?
Correct.
I'm not sure how that happens, but it's been a long time is the point, right?
If I'm not mistaken, what it was for is when they switched over to a new water account system, from what I've asked about that before. I'm not quite sure on that.
Like
I'd have to get
before
that information.
computers? or-
I'd have to get that information for you.
Okay.
Mayor, I would add, if you go to the front of that building, and you can see all the windows are painted, they're gray, but there's chips in the paint, and you can look up and you can see the light coming in from there being no roof.
And it even looks like they took the roof off and just left it. It looked cleaned up, completely clean from what I could see, so I get it. Okay. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, I'm going to open, you do?
No,
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Melissa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm some kind of wonderful.
Hey, good
What do you have
evening.
to tell us?
Well, I'm here representing my landlord, Lou Gallegos. He's not here to be present at this time. He had some unexpected health issues, and October 17th, he had to have a quadruple bypass. This property has been cleaned up substantially since he has purchased this and the property adjacent to this. If you look to the north of this piece of property, there's a hard corner of just land that's been vacant. I can't even remember. I can't even find anything on county records of what what gas station was there at one time. But he has purchased that. We closed on that property August, say 27, 2024. His plans is to add on to this building, to build a new strip center. And the reason for purchasing the property adjacent to it was for the parking lot. We already know how hard it is when you put in these small strip centers with all these retail spaces. You got to have parking. Parking is hard, so that was that plans. I brought some pictures in for you guys to review. They didn't come out the way I wanted to, but it kind of gives you an idea.
Questions, Melissa, while you're getting that together, if you can. He just bought this in August?
He purchased this in 2000, I want to say 2021 is when he purchased this.
He bought it in 2021, and what improvements has he made since then?
Well, the roof was already, I want to say, dilapidated when he purchased this. It was everything was stripped, from the copper to the water lines. There's nothing left out of it.
But really, my question is, what has he done to the building?
He's cleaned it up completely.
He's
stripped
cleaned
out,
it up?
Oh, yes, sir. I have the pictures here to show kind of.
Does that include demoing the roof?
Yes.
He demoed the roof?
Yes, he had to demo the roof because it already fell down when he purchased it. It
Do you
was
have a
down.
demo permit on file for that? Okay, we see your
I can
pictures.
check that out for you. You send those up to me.
Yes, please. So this is the before, and this shows what the after is. I appreciate it. You can't really stipulate there was a roof there during.
These are pictures from when he
Purchased
I'm going
it?
to pass these together, one when he bought it and one now.
Yes, yes, sir.
So it does look like he has done a lot of work on this. I'm going to pass a few down this way. Kind of shows. Okay, it just seems to me like we need to do the same thing on this we did on the building on Cash Road, that we need to table it for 30 days, allow the staff to go out there and inspect it, and, maybe the owner will be able to come and tell us his plan, and we have the same goal that he has. We want it operational.
Absolutely.
And so hopefully we can work that out and make it work. Now, is there anybody else that wants to come on 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council? Mr. Harris.
So what's the date of the second meeting in January?
28 January.
28 January. So we move to table this to 28th of January, direct the staff to go out there and meet with the owner if possible and come up with solutions.
Okay, is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Discussion.
Yes.
Before we vote, I'd like to say this. Melissa, isn't he out of the hospital or fixing to get out soon? Because I know this guy, he's pretty good. He's done a lot of properties in town. He did have a triple bypass, so that's kind of unusual. So here again, I find this a situation where he could have a little bit of additional time and we can look at it again.
He has a construction coming up.
Yes.
So he can
Yeah. So I'm just saying his record is good, and to save a building like this and get it back in use, I think we can wait a few more months.
Please vote. Need two more. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 3134 Northwest Cash Road.
3134 Northwest Cash Road, inactive water account since 2024. It did have a fire date of September 6, 2024. I'm not sure on that, the size of that fire. From going around this building, it looked like it was possibly contained to just a couple of rooms, if that.
Council, do you have other questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on 3134 Northwest Cache Road. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, and we need your name and address.
Sunil Demla, 3134 Cache Road, Martin, Oklahoma.
You live at this address?
I live at 7619 Wyatt Lake Drive.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us?
So, during the COVID, property wasn't doing good. Lots of crime, lots of problem over there. A city official unofficially told me to put the fence around because a lot of police was coming all the time to save their time. So we put the fence around. There is no crime except we lost every inch of copper over there. And the plan in the future, we have put it on a sale, got few offers, but we want something good for the city of Lawton. We refuse those. Eventually, if it doesn't work, joint venture, or we want to develop something good over there. Yeah, sure. Eventually, we want to develop something like a mixed use over there.
But what is your plan for this building? Is your plan to demo the property?
It can be the rehab.
Pardon me?
It can be the rehabbed also.
Okay, and so somebody, I get that somebody told you if you put a fence around it, you need to put a fence around it, and that's for security, because you know our job's public safety, and when windows get broke and homeless start going inside, it creates all kinds of problems for us and becomes a center of crime. So I'm reasonably certain that putting a fence around it's not a never-ending solution, right?
Yeah.
So if you're planning on rehabbing the building, when are you planning on doing it? Because our goal as a city is to have them safe and operational. I think that's the good way to say it, isn't it? Safe and operational.
We are putting all our effort to open for all the avenues right now, to rehab, to rebuild, or whatever comes to. But if it's happening in the next month or so, no. And we closed it last year, January, just about literally a year ago. I think not even a year ago, 28th of December.
Council, do you have any questions? Mr. Hampton?
You're planning on rehabbing it. Do you have a time?
No time for that, right?
Have you made any plans or any drawings?
We have been talking to the architects and some other people who is interested in there. So, yes.
Yeah. I have the idea in my head that you want to do something, but you haven't taken any steps of action. I was just wondering what steps of action you have taken, because you said you obviously want to reuse the building.
We can. That's one of the options.
So you've talked to some architects already and had
have
some drawings done?
We have, but there's a theft over there for the copper completely. We have to figure out how we're going to redo the plumbing on it.
So you have taken some steps of action in trying to decide on what you're going to do?
Of course. It's a good property over there.
Right, I understand. But I'm just trying to figure out the steps of actions that you've taken so that we know that you are actually backing up your desire to reuse the building.
Council, I'm here last 30 years in this town. I have built some other hotels in this town.
Right.
Okay, I'm with the city. I'm trying to do the best.
No, it's understandable. Yes. Yeah, I'm not challenging you as much as I'm just really, I want to be, you have made a statement that you're going to reuse the building and whatnot, and I just was wondering about the steps of action.
This is one of the options, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Chapman.
Sir, this location is in my ward, and we were talking about public safety. And I do get complaints from the neighborhood in those areas about what has happened to what used to be the Holiday Inn here in Lawton years ago, and it was a really nice place to go to,
Correct.
and it's really has
Correct.
gone downhill very quickly.
I believe it's a lot less problem now, if there is, than before when it was open. And I have a same problem at the Homewood Suites, which is one of the good hotel. Hampton Inn, we do have a homeless people come over there, they try to steal. It's the common problem in the town, I believe.
Get complaints about that too, yeah. So it's a drawing, that's the problem, that when something is vacant for so long, and then that's just a catalyst for them to come and do damage to your property and other people's, and it's unsafe.
Whatever the council decide.
I think if we're kind of at a place where everybody wants to know the plan, and it sounds like you don't have a plan yet.
We have a vision, we have some plan, but it's not a small one, it's multi-million-dollar one.
Yeah, and I should say, everybody wants to know the plan, but everybody also wants to know when it's going to start.
That's no
Because
answer for
the
that.
goal is to, get it safe and operational.
Got it.
Do you have anything else you want to tell us?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and speak on 3134 Northwest Cache Road? Come on up, sir.
Mayor, Council, my name is Jamie Hall. I live at 1905 Southwest 41st Street. I work with Mr. Dimla on the properties that we have here in town, and I want to make a point in recognizing that the building is concrete. It's not a fire hazard as much as some of the others. There has not been any water in the property for a year. Yes, there's been a lot of copper damage. We actually have someone in the city jail right now with a hearing next month for responsible for that. But as far as safety factors, sure, there's some homeless that will go anywhere. I do make rounds weekly to check on the property, to try to resecure anything that we can. There was a note that I saw a fire in September. I'm not sure what that note is. There was no fire.
Josh,
I don't know what that report was.
you've got a fire date of September, and he says there's no fire.
Correct, that's what we got from the fire marshals. They got some report of a fire at that property.
Okay, I think probably where we're at on this, you can keep talking if you want to, but I feel like we need to do the same thing with this, table it for 30 days and give the staff time to go out there and work with Mr. Dimla, and hopefully we can kind of speed the timetable up here and get back to where we need to be. Yes, sir.
This time of the year, a little bit busy, but can we give at least 6 months so to reconsider, and we can come up with a plan what we want to do? I am developing properties right now in other town. We are just.
I'll tell you what, for my part,
Yes, sir.
I feel like we need to do the 30-day deal that we've done with the others. And you come back with, your plan and a start date, and the council will take that into consideration at that time.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to continue the public hearing on this matter to the fourth Tuesday in January 2025.
I've already closed the public
I'm sorry.
hearing, so we're just tabling until,
Oh, okay. I thought I had to
till
do that
whatever the
motion.
date is.
Make a motion to table.
Just make a motion to.
I move that we table this for 30 days.
And I second.
I've got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but can we clarify, please? Because 30 days would be the first meeting in January, which
Okay,
is
the
in
clarification would be the second meeting. of
28 January.
Second, yeah.
Okay, so is that the intent of council?
That, you made the second, right?
Okay, I just
Is
wanted to.
everybody good with that, the second meeting? Okay?
Okay.
You good? All right. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton.
James Hemsley. Can you come up, please? Charlotte, is Charlotte here? Okay, and I just want to remind everybody, if you wish to speak on an agenda item or public comments, you need to fill out a request to speak form, and you can find them in the foyer. That's on.
I did not make it. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so it's time to get started, and I will call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, a quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approving a lease agreement with Ralph's Family Resort LLC for the operation and management of Ralph's Resort Camping and Recreation Area located at Lake Ellsworth. Dwayne.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Based on the last meeting that we had where we discussed this item, the staff has went back, we sat down and met with the potential concessionaire and negotiated a tentative agreement that is here before you tonight in the form of a contract. I'm going to go over a few of the key points. The initial lease term is a 10-year lease. There is nothing that the city will pay on this. It's no out-of-pocket for us. The concessionaire is bringing $500,000 to the table for investment into upgrading the facility and repairing the facilities that need to be repaired. The initial 10 years has no rent. Well, it's $10 a year and no percentage of the sales for the first 10 years. After 10 years, there would be 3 5-year extensions available. We would sit down and talk about those. There are 5-year reviews periodically throughout the lease agreement. Permitted activities would be, he'd be maintaining the property. He's going to construct new wet stalls and dry stalls. One of the dry stall that's out there right now is dilapidated. That's going to be removed. He's going to build a new 20-bay dry stall as part of the agreement. There are timetables set up within the agreement that he has to meet as benchmarks throughout. So we'll be providing oversight of that. All construction and improvements have to be approved by the city and up to city code. The rent share would start in year 10, where the rent would go to $5,000 a year, and I believe it was 5%. Let me double check that. But a percentage of the sales would start at that point in time, and it would increase $1,000 a year for every year after that, up to $20,000. We did build in buyback provisions. After 10 years, it would be 75% if the city chooses to terminate the lease. After 15 years, it would drop to 50%. And then after 20 years, down to 25%. And if he's able to maintain it for the full 25 years, the city would owe nothing. So if we terminate at any time after 10 years, that would be the percentage that we would be required to pay the concessionaire back for his construction. There are 2 exhibits attached to the contract, one outlining the exact area that the concessionaire would be providing oversight on, and the other is the road maintenance exhibit, which identifies the road specifically that he would be responsible for maintaining as part of the lease agreement. Are there any questions?
Yes. You said he was bringing $500,000 to the table. Is that going to be paid $50,000 for the next 10 years per year?
No, the $500,000 he's bringing is a line of credit that he's going to utilize to make the necessary repairs and construct the necessary facilities to upgrade the Ralph's Resort concessionaire area. The store is going to need significant repair work done to it, as well as the dry stalls to be rebuilt and the wet slips to be rehabbed and/or rebuilt.
Mr. Harris, oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, the city's not going to put any money into this at all. He's going to put all the money into the project to redo the store, to redo the slips and all. We will not be investing any money in that facility. And then when it's all said and done in that day, 25 years later, it will be the city's property. We won't go through what we did before on the other ones.
Mr. Harris, did you have something?
I did, but
Seeing no further, what's the pleasure of the authority?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I make a motion to move that we have staff prepare this lease and get signatures and that we activate it.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. That item passed 8-0.
The new lease will go in effect January 1.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please, are we voting or call the roll?
Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
Hankins? Harris?
Okay, so the Lot and Water Authority is adjourned. At this time, I will call this regular meeting of the City Council to order, the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Michael Logan of Galilee Missionary Baptist Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you, Mayor. To you, Mayor, to my City Council person, Shireen Williams, and to the other councilmen, thank you for allowing us this privilege tonight. Will you join us in prayer? Heavenly Father, we come saying thank you, first of all. You allowed us to see the sun as it rose this morning, and it seems as if you're allowing us to see it again as it bed behind the clouds. We thank you for all the activities that you allowed us to be involved in throughout this day. Tonight we come asking you to watch over these men and women, as they are the gatekeepers and the watchwomen of our city. Tonight, give them the wisdom that you once gave Joseph to be able to govern the affairs of this city. Give them the anointing to be able to discern what's wrong, what's right, that they may make wise decisions that's in the best interest of this city. Thank you for the sacrifices that they make. In return, bless them, God. Return back to them the energy, the strength, and all that they have done to put forth to make these things happen. Bless them in all that they do, God, and watch over them. Watch over their families. Watch over their health. And then, God, I ask you to watch over this city of ours. Watch the watchmen as they watch over our city. We give this back to you in your Son, Jesus' name. We pray and we say thank you. Amen.
All right, thank you, Pastor Logan. Please call the roll.
Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Present.
Warren?
So that brings up reports by the Mayor and City Council. We're excited to have Dr. Julia Sabella as the Fort Sill liaison tonight, and we will start with comments with Dr. Sabella.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Great to be here on behalf of Colonel Baird, who is in Virginia currently. So Fort Sill is in full holiday preparation mode. We're getting ready to send our soldiers home for the holidays, so lots going on. Big initiative, Toys for Kids, kind of the Army's version of Toys for Tots. So lots of giving and focus on families with kids in our community. Would like to continue to invite all of you to attend events on Fort Sill. Fort Sill is your installation as well. We've got a lot of fun things coming up, running events. This Saturday, the Reindeer Run, a few holiday events as well. So please check online and on Facebook, and hope to see you out there. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Spilla. And Mr. Warren.
I'd just say Merry Christmas to everybody again. I didn't know for sure whether I was going to be here for this meeting, so I wished you Merry Christmas last week, so I'm going to wish you one more time.
Ms. Williams.
Yes, I'd like to say Merry Christmas to everyone. And I also like to send out a special invitation. We'll be having a honorary street unveiling for Mr. Raymond Gates out in the Ranchos area. It's January 3rd, 2025 at 1 p.m. and it'll be located at the Sedalia and Salinas Avenue. Mr. Raymond Gates was the first African-American firefighter here in the city of Lawton, and then he moved also up to assistant marshal. So he'll be having his own honorary street. We're just really happy and excited about that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, opportunities come in many different kinds of forms. Often opportunities have different faces on them, and sometimes we miss them. And I guess you could call those missed opportunities. So I hope that during this Christmas season, as the lights are going up and as the twinkle, twinkle little star is out and about in the neighborhood, and even in our own homes, I hope we never forget what the real reason for the season is all about. It's when God gave us the greatest gift of all, His only begotten Son. I wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hampton.
Yes, Mayor. Just two things. We got two different types of banana bread at the farmers market, and had a real good time talking to people, eating samples, and mingling with other Latonians. I just encourage you to go out to the farmers market if you have a chance. Second thing is, as some of you know, I'm really one of my points is historical preservation. You know, maintaining your history and knowing your history really gives you an identity as a Latonian, and I think that's very, very important. It does a lot of other things also, but I want to just give a shout out to the city manager and his staff, because they have been making a strong effort to save a lot of your historical buildings and preserve a lot of the history of Lawton, and I really appreciate that, and with his staff. And with that, Merry Christmas to everybody.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Gill.
I'd like to say shop locally for Christmas. Let's keep our own money in our own community. And while you're spending money in Lawton, enjoy those new roads we got this year. We got about 30 new roads, and we got 80 planned for 25. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Chapman.
Well, as everyone else on the dais, I wish you a very healthy and safe holidays during this month of December, and Merry Christmas also.
And Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is my last meeting, so I want to say I'm excited, but I think this coat will say it for me pretty well. Thank you. And I only wore this because the incoming councilman is quite the snappy dresser, and I just wanted to put some pressure on him to be able to live up to that. But that being said, I wanted to say a couple things. This is a team up here, and it's been my pleasure to work with them for the last 3 years. And for all the citizens, I need you to know, one, we have an exceptional mayor, and he's a strong leader, and he's been kind of my grounding rock for the last 3 years. And we have an exceptional city manager who comes to me, and when I bring ideas to him, he says, well, yeah, that's an okay idea, but maybe we could look at this. And he's always right. He's kind of pulled me back from the cliff a couple times. I'll have more to say about the rest of the council on January 13th when we change out office. But our staff here, we've got superheroes over here. They are doing stuff that you can't imagine behind the scenes. Poor Rusty. I get 4 emails a day about broken water pipes. Rusty's out there taking care of that. And he's working hard on our sewer rehab plan. King George has got the streets department working triple overtime. Cliff Hagenmiller over there has done a great job. Our new Public Works, Michael Walters, has called me several times and asked me questions and handled dishes. Rebecca's over here, keeping our money straight. Thank you, Rebecca, doing a great job. So many people in this staff are just exceptional, and they're getting better and better and better and better, and they're doing it all for the citizens. I've been so proud to represent my ward. It's really hard to walk away, but it's a team. Councilman Hampton's preached at me for years about that. We're a family up here, and it's a great family. We got a couple of dysfunctional uncles sitting down there on the other end, but it's a family, and we're so proud. All of us are so proud to represent this community. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Hankins.
Mr. Harris's jacket is putting my eyes out, so I want to wish everyone a happy holiday too. We are a family here, and families don't always agree, and we don't always agree, but we do come to consensus and appreciate each other, what we do. If anyone wants to start a neighborhood watch in Ward 1, let me know, and I'm supportive of that. I just want somebody to kind of take the lead for the neighborhood, and I will help and contribute to get people to speak to that. So just get in touch with me. You can find my number on the city's website. So thank you.
Right, thank you. And it is customary on January 13th, which is the day that we have a swearing-in ceremony. And I know everybody up here will have fine comments to say about working with Councilman Harris, who's been an exemplary councilman. And he has been a part of a big transformation, because the last 3 years, and especially the last 2 years, and especially the last year, has seen an amazing acceleration of the transformation. And I'm going to tell you, it makes us all feel good, and I know it makes Mr. Harris feel good to be a part of that. And we're just a part. And as I said when we opened up the drive-through, all these things are happening because our citizens have a passion for progress. And that's well, I better not say that's going to be our theme for 25, because I'll give it away, won't I? But we do have a passion for progress, and I look forward to giving a New Year's address. Now, with that, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And there, we'll move on to audience participation. And we didn't have any requests to speak on audience participation. And per the rule, you must fill out a form. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council? Well, wait a minute. I've been asked to pull number 1, but it's got 2 items in it. Is there just one that we need to pull?
Yes.
It's just the first one in the amount of $15,250.
For Clayton Fiera.
Clayton Fiera? Okay. So I have a request to pull Clayton Fiera on item number 1. Have a request to pull item number 8 and item number 15. So is there anything else that you guys want to pull?
Yeah, I want to pull item 14 and 11.
Okay, so let me circle those and I'll. Okay, let me give you the list, Council. We're pulling Clayton Fiera on item number 1. We're pulling 8, 11, 14, and 15. Any others? Can I get a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of number 1, 8, 11, 14, and 15.
Okay, you did say 8, 11, 14, and 15. Okay, thank you. And we do have a motion and a second. Please vote. And motion carries 8-0. It brings up item number 1. Consider the following damage claim recommended for denial, Clayton Piera, in the amount of $15,250. Go
All right.
for it, Gary.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. According to our city water distribution records, they had received a call on October 8th, 2024 at about 11:22 a.m. reporting a water main break. A water distribution employee responded to that call, and he arrived at about 11:58 a.m. and shut down the water main. On October 9th, 2024, a water distribution employee went out there and capped off the main by the street and buried that valve. The crew then cleaned up the dirt work. They backfilled that hole in the backyard of 613 Southeast 38th Street. According to the records obtained from the Water Distribution Department, there have not been any prior main breaks or history on this line in the past 3 years. Mr. Clayton Fieria is the owner of the property located at 613 Southeast 38th Street here in Lawton. He alleges that on October 8th, 2024, the city's water main had exploded and formed a wide and deep hole in the backyard of the house. The water entered the house, causing it to flood, and the claimant has submitted an invoice from Helenio Tomar Lopez in the amount of $250 for cleaning, an invoice from A Plus Carpet Cleaning in the amount of $1,800 for extraction of water from the house and cleaning and shampooing of the carpets, and an estimate from Vasco Enterprises LLC in the amount of $13,200 for carpet replacement in the living room, hallway, bedrooms, and the removal of mud, and landscaping from the front yard and installation of new baseboards. The total submitted for this claim was $15,250. Council, this claim is being recommended for denial based on the fact that in the cases of defective water mains, breaks, and sanitary sewer systems, the Oklahoma Supreme Court has held that a complaining party does not meet his burden of proving negligence unless prior notice of the defective condition or actual constructive notice has been received by the entity controlling or managing that system. In this instance, a duty arises also to abate that defective nuisance within a reasonable time. In this instance, there was no prior history on that pipe segment in question for the past 3 years, and therefore the city had no prior notice or actual or constructive of a defective condition within this main. And for that reason, it's being recommended to you for denial.
Okay, council, do you have questions before I go to the citizen? Okay, Mr. Fair, would you come up to the mic and tell us what you have to say? And we do have a time limit of 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, no, that's fine. That's my first time, so I'm doing my best, okay? Yeah, when they have the explosion, we have like a huge hole. You know, the backyard is kind of like the hill, and the hole was like a 4 feet and maybe 4 feet deep. So a lot of water went through the house. You know, the person was there, she ran the house for me, and the water went through the living room and soaked all the floors, and the floor wasn't waterproof. And the only thing I ask him right now is you guys to take care of the damage they did in my house. It was my fault, was the person's fault, and that thing just exploded. And then I had to change the baseboard, the floors, and the guy who went down there to remove all the mud, everything. I have picture, video, everything. So I already paid him like $1,800. I just wanted, you know, least the living room floor to be reimbursed, and those money I paid for 18. That's the only thing I need to.
Garrett,
wasn't my fault.
Can you repeat the part about because there'd been no prior break by state statute? How does that work?
Yes, so unfortunately, just in instances like this, same thing with like sanitary sewer systems that bust or back up in people's houses. If there's been no prior notice or any kind of actual or constructive notice, it could be like, let's say that there was an issue with this line previously and we knew about it, that could create what's called constructive notice. Or actual notice would be that we knew there was a problem with this line that we didn't go out there and correct. Those are the two types of notices that would be required. Specifically, what I said was Oklahoma Supreme Court has held that complaining parties do not meet their burden of proving negligence of the city unless prior notice of defective conditions, actual or constructive, have been received by the entity controlling or maintaining that sanitary system or water system.
Council, do you have questions of Garrett or from Mr. Piero? If not, what is your pleasure here? Mr. Warren.
Council, in light of what our attorney has told us, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
I have a motion for denial. Is there a second? I do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion to deny carries 8-0. All right, and we're going to have to jump around a little bit here tonight for multiple reasons. What number's the Boy Scout? 22? Okay, we got to get this Boy Scout to choir practice or something. I'm not sure what. But Jacob, if you'll make your way up here, I'm going to read the agenda item. Receive a report from Jacob Ballheimer from Troop 4173 of the Boy Scouts regarding an Eagle Scout project proposal to construct and install park benches for the McMahon Dog Park and take action as deemed necessary. Larry, you want to open it up here?
I was just going to say exactly what you said, Mr. Mayor. We have a young scout here in the community ready to do some good by proposing a project for McMahon Dog Park.
Okay, we like Eagle projects. What do you got?
All I really have to say is what you said for my proposal. All fundraising will be provided by me, and helpers will obviously be invitations from others such as Troop Scouts and family members and friends. So,
Council, do you have questions? So how long have you been a Boy Scout?
I have been a Boy Scout since 2018, and I've been in Cub Scouts for... Does Cub Scouts count?
Okay. And why do you think people need to be in scouting?
I think it builds good leadership and good essential skills for the later life stages.
And what you're needing for your Eagle Scout project is for a vote of confidence from the council, a vote of support, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if there are no further questions, can I get a motion for a vote of support?
That motion for support.
Okay, we have a motion for support and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
And I'll make that because I was a scout.
You were a scout?
I was a scout.
You're kidding me.
No. Does that seem hard to believe?
We have a little fun up here, Jacob. So, okay, your support is unanimous, and we appreciate what you're doing and look forward to those benches. Now, those benches for the dogs or for us?
For the people.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll go out there and sit on them. You let me know when they get done, and we just hold a council meeting out there.
All right.
Okay?
If he's been
Thank
a
you,
Boy
sir.
Scout since 18, he's done really well to be where he's at today.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's give this young man a round of applause. All right. Thank you, Jacob, and good luck.
Thank you.
It's hard to get that Eagle Scout. Can I borrow this? Takes about 10. Is this a charger?
Okay, we're going to item number 8, and I am going to recuse myself because my little brother is going to speak, and so I'm going to let Randy handle this one.
Oh, no, I'm definitely not the little brother. Good evening, Council. This request is for a speed table. This is a council-requested speed table on Meadowbrook Road. It was at the 4622 at or around the address of 4622 Meadowbrook Drive. Again, this is a council-requested speed table, and that's the information that we have. There should be a map that was attached. If not, I have a map that I can pass around if anybody needs a specific location for that.
Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Mr. Booker, if you would step forward and give us your name and address.
My name is Monty Booker. I live at 4632 Meadowbrook Drive. Been there since 1999. I'm here in opposition of the speed table. I think we're talking about a speed bump. Would that be correct? Okay. My two main concerns are, number one, it has a fire chief or fire code or any of the emergency responders approved this measure? I was curious to find that out.
Chief?
So I can speak on that for the, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
For the council-directed speed tables, it does not go through any formal approval process. The council requests it as per council policy 10-5, and then we bring it up to council for approval. So it does not go through any formal approval process from the fire department, emergency services, or anybody else.
So that being said, maybe I could request that it would, as this obviously would affect the efficiency of emergency responder. And then the second objection I have is living there for the past 24 years. I just think it's kind of a little bit of a nanny state solution to punish all of the people in the area for people who will not obey the law. And I think that we already have a solution for that in place by law officers giving speeding tickets. And I'd like to see that more in the neighborhood as opposed to speed bump. So that's really all I have to say. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Booker.
You bet.
What's the pleasure of the council?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is in my ward. It's down the street from where I live off of Meadowbrook. And through our neighborhood watch meetings, and complaints from the residents there of speeding. You know, when Gore and Cash are being worked on, Meadowbrook became a cut-through. And I was really hoping that once all the water lines from Rusty and the sidewalks were done, that would prohibit people from using Meadowbrook as a cut-through. That has not worked. They still sped all the way through there. It's probably in the 5 years, is probably the major complaint that I get from residents along that Meadowbrook. At times we've had people put out caution children playing sandwich signs in the driveway. And I know that I've spoken to one of the policemen who live in my area, and they're trying, they're going through the stop signs, they're speeding through there. It is a problem, and it's a safety issue. So I still want I still would like to have the speed table, and I moved to approve that.
I've got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote. That item passed 7-1.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not able to see names on the vote right now, so the one no vote, if you can just raise your hand so I know.
Okay, and that brings up item 11. Consider adopting resolution authorizing traffic control measures with the installation of traffic calming measures on Northwest Columbia Avenue as deemed appropriate by the Director of Public Works in accordance with Council Policy 10-05. Michael.
So this request was for a citizen-driven request of the speed tables or traffic calming requests that we've received from citizens. This has been one of the very first ones that have actually passed the criteria that we have as far as ratios of how the speed percentiles and whatnot. So this was requested. This brings us to step 3, which is introducing pre-traffic calming measures. And with the pre-traffic calming measures allows us to implement several different items, and we were basically requesting the option of being able to install these pre-traffic calming measures as needed as we try to resolve the speeding issue on this road.
Okay, Mr. Warren.
And I totally, completely understand where you're coming from. But I've got a real problem with it, council, and I don't know. I think we probably need to have an agenda item in the future and really look at this whole speed table idea and policy and the overall way we're going to handle it going forward. My issue is that we finally, as was mentioned by staff, we finally found a location that actually met all the criteria. But we're not going to put a speed table there. We're going to do some other stuff first and see if any more kids, are in danger before we actually put a speed table. I mean, this is the one place that we shouldn't even be discussing this. This is a school, and we're talking about we're going to put calming measures in place first because people aren't speeding through this school zone enough. They're only going 25 in a 20, not 27 in a 20. So I've got a real big disconnect there. So I think above and beyond this item, I think we do at some point need to look at this and figure out a way to make this work better. But I'm going to make a motion that we install where it is safe and is where staff feels like it's a safe location, that we install a speed bump on Columbia and we install a speed bump on 50, is that 58?
Yes, sir. 58 was not included in the study. But
correct. But we install those two speed bump, hump, whatever they are, tables. They're actually not tables. Norman has tables and a whole car can go up on those, which is really interesting. But anyway, I make a motion that we do those two speed calming items.
Okay, we have a motion to install 2 speed tables around Edison School as described. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, and we will have a discussion on one of the January meetings on all things speed tables. Okay? We'll pick the agenda that has the least stuff on it. Item number 14, consider approving plans of specifications for engineering project PR 2310A, Lee West Park improvements, authorizing staff to advertise for bids. Larry Parks, Mike Jones. Who's up?
You ahead. Good evening, Council. Mr. Warren.
I have no issue with this at all. I'm very happy about it. That's really why I pulled it. I know that's really strange for me to pull something and not be upset about it, but I just want the citizens to know we don't have a map that we've put out of the new design. I hope we can get one of those in the paper so that the citizens can see what we're going to do, because a lot of people are still working off that old original design. But I just want to make sure the citizens know we're going to have a splash pad, we're going to have a playground, we're going to, of course, they're going to update the Thunder Court a little bit. We'll have some benches. We're going to have a water fountain.
No, that wasn't in there, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
But more importantly than anything, for the people that live in that neighborhood, we're going to have a parking lot. And so those cars that have been parking along that roadway there on the south side of the park, they'll have a place to park now, and all those people can get in and out of their driveways again. But I'd make a motion that we approve this.
And we do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Number 15, consider approving an amendment to the 2025 City Council Annual Meeting Notice that was previously approved on November 5th, 2024, in order to change the dates of the October 2025 meeting. City Clerk.
Mayor, I'm going to speak on this.
Okay.
So there was just some mistakes that were made on the date for the October meeting. We're not going to address the time of those meetings. We're going to leave that at 6 right now. We're just going to address the date discrepancy that was identified for the second and fourth meeting, or the second and fourth week in October that the charter mandates. So that's all we're changing with this agenda item.
Okay, easy enough. Can we get a motion for approval?
So moved.
And a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Okay, that brings up our business items, and we're going to be jumping around because we have a lot of people from out of town. And the first thing we're going to deal with is our steady project plan. So if you guys will be making your way forward, we're going to start with item 23. Make sure I get all of them, okay? Item 23, have a discussion about the item on the December 2nd, 2024 special city council meeting agenda where the council received a presentation and held the first public hearing pursuant to 62 OS 859 on the proposed second amended skills training, education development, and investment steady project plan and supporting increment districts for the purpose of providing information including an analysis of potential positive or negative impacts and answering questions regarding the proposed second amended steady project plan and increment districts. Richard.
Yes.
Oh, city attorney.
Discussion about
Okay.
this item from last week.
Okay.
So we had some questions about what exactly were the issues that we had. We had
The second reading of the ordinance.
so we had an issue where we had a first reading of the ordinance. It kind of caused some confusion. So we don't necessarily require a first and second reading of the ordinance in the city of Lawton. We did do a first reading then. We will do another reading of the ordinance tonight as a second reading, but that's not necessarily required here.
And we just need to make it clear that we didn't approve the ordinance.
Right.
at
No,
the
we did
last
not
meeting.
approve anything here. We just had the public hearing, we just had a reading, and so nothing was approved.
Okay, is there any
If there were
other
any
discussion for this? Just an explanation. Everybody understands? Are there any questions? Okay, no action needed. We'll move on to 24. Have a presentation and conduct a second public hearing pursuant to 62 OS 859 concerning the proposed second amended skills training, education development, and investment steady project plan and supporting increment districts for the purpose of providing the public an opportunity to be heard in support of or opposition to the proposed second amended steady project plan. The approval action may be considered in a subsequent item also on the agenda for this meeting. Richard.
All right. Mic on? Okay. I was reminded to do that. So first I would like to just thank Councilman Harris for his time on City Council and especially for lending me his socks for tonight. All right. Sorry. Okay, so you've all heard me say this before, especially if you've been on any of the committees where this has been presented, because I think this is my foremost reason for being up here tonight and having this project plan before you. And that is when we talk about the social issues in Lawton, the things that we care about, the things that matter to people in Lawton, the place where people are having difficulty or having problems. We're talking about hunger, homelessness, drug addiction, diet-related diseases, lack of purpose, lack of education. There are all these issues in the community of Lawton, and Lawton is a caring community. But one thing we're also not a wealthy community. And economic development, I believe, is the answer to these things, because One thing that we know for sure, because this is in the census, is that the median family income in Lawton is $41,000. The state average is $51,000. We are $10,000 below the median family income in the state. And the state is not a high median family income. It's $15,000 below the national average. So we're $10,000 below average median family income. And what does that mean? Well, the families in Lawton, it means $331 million a year that is not in the hands of our citizens. Now imagine all of those things I listed, all of those issues that we struggle with in Lawton, and we have for many years. All of those issues we struggle with, how many of those would change if our community, the members of our folks here in this community, would have another $331 million a year? I mean, as generous as Lawton is, this place would be transformed. And that is why we work so hard for industrial development, for economic development. Jobs, quality jobs provide higher income, they provide purpose, they provide a happier community. And so that's kind of what I wanted to kick this off. Now, Dan, we worked on this project plan. Originally it came out in 2019. We had great leadership with the community, and this is the important mechanism to bring Lawton forward to the prosperity we want so much to dream about. Dan.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of the City Council. I am Dan Batchelor from the Center for Economic Development Law, appearing along with my colleague Lisa Harden, who is really the brilliant person on our team, whom I'm happy to have accompany me in this effort. As was mentioned a few moments ago, the first public hearing on this proposed set of amendments to the project plan was heard at the last council meeting. This is the second public hearing. What this hearing is fundamentally about is the question is that of a proposal to enhance the effectiveness and therefore the community benefits to be derived from the implementation of this project plan. As Richard just told us and reminded us, the original project plan was approved in December 2019. Pursuant to that project plan, we have executed development agreements and approved development agreements with West Wind, Republic Paper, Pepsi, Fisher 59, and those prior development agreements are not at issue here. They have previously been approved. What is before you is an opportunity to enhance the effectiveness and principally the community benefits to be derived from the implementation of this project plan. One of the important things in public life is to benefit from our experience and also from the experience of others. So in taking a look and evaluating where we are and what the opportunities are for the community of Lawton, we want to enhance the aggregate financial benefit and community impact of carrying out this project plan. At its simplest terms, we know economically that if we want more of something, we have to invest more in it in order to derive that benefit. What this plan amendment or set of amendments will do is create a greater benefit for the community. We know, for example, that the more quickly a dollar circulates throughout the community, the more money there is in fact present, because every time it passes through the hands of another person or another business enterprise, a profit is made, an employee is paid, more groceries are bought, more services are paid for, and so the economy of the community grows by reason of that increase in activity. And what we want to do with this set of amendments is increase the benefit and effectiveness of this plan so that the community benefits will also be enhanced. At this point in time, this set of amendments has been reviewed by a review committee which was made up of representatives of each affected taxing jurisdiction, including 2 public school districts, as well as all of the other affected taxing jurisdictions, and in addition to that, 3 members of the public at large. That review committee unanimously recommended approval of this set of amendments to the project plan because of the reasons that I will get to in just a moment. Likewise, your Planning Commission considered and reviewed these sets of amendments, determined that these amendments are in conformity with the comprehensive plan of the community of Lawton, and it also unanimously recommended approval of this set of amendments to the project plan. What these amendments will do is stimulate business activity, expand workforce development, which is a key element in creating additional non-retail business activity. It'll generate economic benefits throughout the community. It'll enhance community prosperity because of the increased level of economic activity. This will work in tandem and in partnership with other city efforts, such as your Propel 2040, the STEM strategic plan, and the FISTA innovation activities. Fundamentally, these are the key points that are embraced in this set of amendments to the project plan. Direct financial benefits to the public schools will be increased, and the payments from the generated tax increments resulting from the new non-retail developments will be increased from 35% of the net benefit amount to 50% of the net benefit amount. All of the taxing jurisdictions will benefit by an increase resulting from reaching a point in the implementation of the plan where the first $62 million in infrastructure improvements have been completed, and at that point, the tax increments generated will provide 100% of what would be the operating revenues generated if those developments were otherwise taxable. So we will, on the front end, set up an arrangement to make it possible to do the critical public improvements that enhance the rate of investment and development, and thereby increase the public benefits flowing to our schools and the other taxing jurisdictions. There are some new elements in this amendment to the project plan. One is a line item to fund workforce training, which is a critical part of your growth. If you have new jobs created, it is essential that you also provide people who have been trained in the skills to fill those jobs. Also, when you attract new employees to a community, it would be a much greater attraction if you were able to provide some assistance to these new employees moving to the community to assist in purchasing new homes in the community. That in and of itself will help spur additional residential development activity throughout the community. So these new elements will enhance the project plan. Some of the other changes are technical in terms of the sizing of the various increment districts. Those are mostly based on our anticipation and estimate of what the market demands will be. Some of the change in the project area, there is an enlargement to enable us to construct and pay for more public infrastructure improvements to serve the area to be developed by the new non-retail businesses that come to the community. I'm not going to go through the budget in detail, but included in the budget are these 2 new items which I mentioned, the workforce training and also the housing purchase assistance, which will be paid for entirely from the new sales and use tax revenues generated as a result of these developments and the new payrolls that are created in the community. We might take a quick look at the financial impacts, which will be substantial. Our projections indicate that the new private investment to be generated under this amended plan will exceed $2 billion, that the smaller increment districts will result in an investment of averaging about $1.4 million per acre. We will be creating new jobs for approximately every $250,000 in new investment. The new revenues overall generated as incremental revenue that can be used to support these activities and enhance the prosperity and growth of the community will range from $1.5 to $3 million annually in the near term and up to $12 million annually in the long term. Incremental sales tax revenue in the near term ranging from $200,000 to $500,000 a year annually, in the longer term $1 to $2 million per year. These new revenues will finance the project costs, including the two new elements, the workforce training and the housing assistance program. Overall, you will create broader economic impacts. The implementation of our plan will be more effective, and you will have succeeded in creating an additional rate of progress in the investment, development, prosperity, and community enhancement by adopting these changes to the existing project plan. At this point, I'll pause and see if any members of the council have questions about this proposed set of amendments to the project plan. Well, again, thank you very much for the opportunity to work with you in these exciting endeavors. I want to emphasize again that while we work with communities around the state, it is our considered opinion from our experience that the strategy that you have undertaken in Lawton is one of the most far-sighted and incisive strategies of any city in the state of Oklahoma. And we believe that you're well positioned to enhance your prosperity, to help close this gap in per capita income, which Richard mentioned at the outset, and to increase the rate of economic activity, which is how prosperity occurs. Thank you very much for the chance to work with you.
Thank you very much. And Rich, I want to thank you for bringing up that idea of income per family disparity. And you can see that when you think about it. And so thank you for bringing that up. Are we ready to open the public hearing? At this time, I will open the public hearing on the STEADY project plan amendments. Is there anybody wishing to come forward and speak on the STEADY project plan? Got a few people moving, but they're not moving very far. So I guess I'll close the public hearing. Is this action, or do we take action on another item?
24 is just the presentation of public hearing. 25
Okay.
is the action.
Okay, council, we move on to item 25. Considered an ordinance repealing Article 10-20 of Chapter 10 Lawton City Code in its entirety and replacing it with the enactment of Section 1020-101 through 1020-171 by approving and adopting the second amended Skills Training, Education Development, and Investment STEADY project plan, designating and adopting the project area and increment district boundaries, establishing a date for the creation of increment district number 5, City of Lawton, establishing a date for the creation of increment district number 6, City of Lawton, identifying and establishing tax increment districts temporary designation as increment districts number A, B, CA, CB, DA, DB, E, FA, FB, G, HA, HB, I, J, K, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, and U.
You don't need
Do what?
You can read the rest of it if you'd like to, but we'll have the reading and we'll be good.
So I don't have to read it? Thank you.
I got you to the alphabet part, and that was it.
Okay, so,
I wasn't
okay.
sure to stop you or not. You were going so
No,
well.
okay, so are you going to present what we need to do here?
All we need to do is, this is just the ordinance, we just need to have a motion to strike the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
So moved. Second.
Oh, did I
A
say that?
motion,
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please read the title.
Okay. Now I get to read the whole thing. An ordinance repealing Article 10-20 of Chapter 10 Lawton City Code in its entirety and replacing it with the enactment of Sections 10-20-101 through 10-20-171 by approving and adopting the Second Amended Skills Training, Education, Development, and Investment STEADY project plan, designating and adopting the project area and increment district boundaries, establishing a date for the creation of increment district number 5, City of Lawton, establishing a date for the creation of increment district number 6, City of Lawton, identifying and establishing tax increment districts temporarily designated as increment districts number A, B, CA, CB, DA, DB, E, FA, FB, G, HA, HB, I, J, K, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, and U. City of Lawton, deferring their numbering and effective date, establishing the City of Lawton as the principal entity to carry out and administer the project plan, authorizing and designating the Lawton Economic Development Authority to carry out implementation actions for the project, establishing a tax apportionment fund, declaring apportioned funds to be funds of the Lawton Economic Development Authority, authorizing the use of ad valorem and sales tax increment revenues for the payment or financing of certain project costs, authorizing the Lawton Economic Development Authority to pledge the apportioned increments to repayment of debt, establishing plan objectives and implementation procedures, authorizing the use of other resources to pay for or finance project costs, authorizing the Lawton Economic Development Authority to issue bonds and carry out certain provisions of the project plan, ratifying and confirming the actions of and acknowledging the recommendations and findings of the Review Committee and the Planning Commission, directing continuing apportionment, providing for severability, providing for codification, and declaring an emergency.
Please vote.
Now it's yours, Richard.
Motion carries 8-0.
Okay. Now, we do have an emergency clause on this that will require a 2/3 vote.
Oh, okay. All right, so I need a motion to declare an emergency.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0 on the emergency. Okay, and we continue with those individuals. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate it.
We continue with the out-of-town presenters. And are you wanting me to do 26? Is that what you're wanting me to do on the animal welfare? Okay, number 26, receive a report on the status of the Animal Welfare Shelter Adoption Center and consider approving an alternate location to renovate and construct the new facility by authorizing staff to amend plans as needed to accommodate site change from the current site located at 2100 Southwest 6th Street to the old Lawton Fire Station located at 1701 Southwest Lee Boulevard. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
I don't know your name to
Well,
say.
I'll introduce myself. My name is Jamie Prasha. I'm an architect with GH2 Architects, and we've been hired to help you all with understanding renovation and additions or potentially finding a new home for your animal shelter. Our team specializes in animal design, so we're well versed in this. We do this all over the state of Oklahoma. So thank you guys for having us here. Thank you guys for allowing us to be a partner on this project. As we've gone through all of this, we did present to you all back in July an option that essentially renovated within place and expanded on the existing animal shelter. We have since then come across some additional issues with the animal shelter that are going to make that a little more difficult than we had originally anticipated, specifically being the condition of the existing animal holding area and improvements to that building that will need to be done in order to keep it weather tight and improve mechanical systems, things like that. So with that in mind, we did have some of the staff suggest, what if we looked at a different location still within Lawton that's already owned by the city? And the existing fire station was identified as an opportunity. We've done some preliminary plans that might show what that might look like and how to keep that within budget. Some benefits to that are, of course, the visibility of the fire station and how that perception and sort of the view from public of where that is, exposure. Of course, still keeping that within budget. We believe that this will be a better bang for your buck, for lack of a better term, really giving more opportunity to the animals. Any questions?
So you would put both the adoption center and the impoundment center there?
Exactly. So there's some wonderful benefits that are gleamed from keeping those functions together, and just efficiency with staff, efficiency with your community, right? They know where to go rather than accidentally showing up at an adoption center when they're trying to surrender an animal, things like that. And really just keeping staff together, keeping it all cohesive.
I really like the idea. I think it's going to improve adoption. I really do, just the visibility. Mr. Gill.
Yeah. I think you said the right words, budget. Because we had this conversation a few months back that we had to get in budget, and you did. You got it there. Very happy with that. Also, moving over to that fire station, that's the old fire station, where you're wanting to put this together. I think that your report on being able to do that with actually less costs than putting the new with the old down there in the location, and there's no question it's a better area. It's much more apt for people to come to adopt animals, and you're still in that same budget with a really nice new facility, right?
Yeah.
It sounds really good, thank you.
Yeah, it's better bones, for lack of a better term to describe.
I just had I realized that the old training center is it's a much bigger footprint as far as property-wise. Does anybody know the property size of the current facility that it encompasses?
And that's part of why we identified that as a concern, is because although we can expand today, what happens in 10 years when we need to expand again?
I think it's a great idea. I was just trying to log away the size of the place that's going to open up.
It'll allow for more play yards.
I'm just going to say we have all that land, school land right next to it with the buses. We can let those dogs run all through there and get a lot of exercise.
Okay, and what you're asking for here is authorization for staff to amend the previously voted on plans to accommodate the site change from the current site on Southwest 6 to the old fire station at 17th and Lee. If there are no further comments, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. Great idea. Thank you so much. All right, now I think we have one more out of town. I see Bryce sitting over there, and he's about to fall asleep, so I don't want him falling asleep on the way home. And so this item number 25, receive a presentation for Garver LLC regarding the status of the One Lawton Campaign Land Use Plan update. Christy.
Hello, Mayor. Okay, I'm just here to introduce Bryce and Courtney from Garver to give you update on the Lawton One Lawton Plan, which is the updated land use plan. I don't know what happened to the...
Okay, we really wanted to tell you twice, but it only let us do that apparently in the font there. But yeah, so this is just an update, as you guys might be unaware or aware of. We are updating the land use for 2040, so that or is it 2050? How far are we going out? 60, 70, 50? 50, okay, thank you. Yeah, 2050. So we've been doing a lot of the preliminary work up to this point. A couple months back, we presented on the existing conditions report, and that was a lot of that gathering information that we had previously. And so now we are working on our vision and planning right now, but we just got done with some public outreach. But what I really want to pitch to you guys is what we're trying to do here with this One Lawton messaging that we have around this land use plan is to get community leaders, city and stakeholders, and also the general public's comments all together inside of this one plan. To kind of be a one plan to rule them all. If you're a Lord of the Rings kind of person, but basically this hopefully will get all the comments that the citizens and the leaders of the community are saying this is what the city needs. We can get that incorporated inside of this land use plan and then develop further from there to then disseminate that into other master plans across the city. So yeah, with that, I will pass it over.
Well, technology loves me. Hi, guys. I have been here a couple times. I think you remember me. My name is Courtney. I have.
Forgot your I Love Lawton pen.
I don't have one.
Well, here you
Oh,
go.
well, I
Can't say that now. Uh-huh.
I see it.
Bryce has his. He always makes sure he has his. But I hadn't gotten one yet, so thank you. Yes, I've been here before, and we have talked about the process of getting all the public input. And I wanted to give you guys a brief update on what we have done so far. So we have our online public survey with over 600 responses from your constituents giving their input on this plan on what they want to see for the city of Lawton. We sent one of our colleagues to the International Fest, and he had a booth there next to the bubble machine, and he got over 100 input cards at the International Festival. We set up a pop-up at Cameron University. James and I sat there and talked to all the college students who came in and had multiple responses and comment cards on what visual preferences they wanted to see in the city and what they needed from the students. We had our visioning workshop just a little while ago, where we invited members of the public to mark on maps to show us what they needed to see on the map so they could come in and tell us what their vision was for the city. And then we always have the One Lawton Facebook page that we update. So this is real quick. This is our Cameron University pop-up. We set up our little table. This was our visioning workshop. The people who showed up for this were highly engaged and gave us a lot of good input. They all had maps, and at the end, they all presented their ideas to the whole group, and it was a lot of fun, and we got great information. At International Fest, we had multiple people come in, leave their comments. You can see one example there is they want more family and fun activities. Beyond that, earlier in this process, we had our 12 individual and group meetings. We covered business and economic members of the community. We got our real estate members of the community, downtown stakeholders, education, healthcare. We talked to Fort Sill. We talked to the minority communities, and I've seen some of those people here tonight that were in those meetings. So all very influential people who have a special connection to Lawton. We interviewed them. What we heard was a lot of information, and we took all of these comments. Everybody was very willing to give us comments. They took all of these comments, and we have turned them into the public engagement report that you guys have received, I believe, or at least planning has received. If you guys have not received that, I'll make sure that you get a copy of our public outreach report. And in that public outreach report, we identified 6 areas that we need to focus on based on all of the comments that we received. Again, we're talking over 800 input comments at this point from your constituents telling us what they want for the city of Lawton. So we're going to focus on neighborhood revitalization and housing, the quality of life, corridor districts and image within the city, economic opportunities, downtown development, and infrastructure investment. And so today we had a vision meeting with your steering committee members. Ms. Williams is a member of that, and she's very helpful. And so at that meeting, we sat and we workshopped what is the overarching vision for the city of Lawton and where are we moving forward. So that's really our next step. Again, we've done our data gathering. We've had our existing conditions report. We did our committee engagement, our public outreach, and now we are at this vision and planning process. And so as we work through that, we'll be in touch with the steering committee and have those updates. But then all that we have to do is after we get that vision set and we get those goals and those actionable items set for you guys, for the city, to pull all of those other plans together, to pull this comprehensive future land use plan for the city of Lawton, then we'll move on to the final plan stages. But that's where we're at right now, and if you have any questions about any of those details.
Okay, that's seems to me to be a very good response for this type of deal.
Yes, and many of our other planning efforts that we've had within the city, we've gotten an order of magnitude less responses. So that's an outstanding response. And of course, you saw all the activities and events that we've gone to in person to try to collect things. But just on the survey alone, which you have a link there on the QR code on this PowerPoint presentation if you want to scan and get involved with that. Yeah, so yeah, great feedback from the public on that. But yeah, really, we want to get more of that. We want to hear from people if there's plans that are on the table that aren't already documented in a master plan. We want to hear from that. We want to get these things all in here. What we don't want to do is create a plan that goes on a shelf. We want to create a plan that's creating action within the community that gets projects on the ground in the field, and not something that's disconnected and just something for an academic pursuit or something like that. This is something that we want to be tied in directly into what we're to help motivate and propel Lawton forward and be a part of that story of Lawton. So yeah, please, if you haven't already submitted comments or thoughts, go to that QR code or lawton.planyourcity.com. We've got it all there.
Are there any questions from the council? Seeing none, this is not an action item, so we're ready to go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, now we're going to receive a presentation. We're on 19. Receive a presentation from C. Carter Crane about the status of its shelter, resources offered to the unhoused community, and its criteria for services. Brenda.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. How are you? So let me see if I can get this right. So I'm going to talk to you about C. Carter Crane, which falls under the umbrella of Embrace Hope, which is a 501c3 that was established and approved on November 30th of 2023. Embrace Hope was established based on a need for prevention that we were seeing within our community, many within the residents that we were supporting. C. Carter Crane fell up under that 501c3 as of July 15th. Actually, we received the keys July 16th of 2024 when Great Plains Improvement dissolved. So the purpose of the 501c3 Embrace Hope, again, was to promote really resiliency and collaboration and support for families within our community. As you know, for 33 years on Fort Sill, that's what I oversaw, was Family and MWR, which was both the housing program as well as all of our Army Community Services programs. We wanted to bring the programs that we were already trained, certified, could teach, such as 7 Habits of Highly Effective Families, 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, to try to get in front of some of the issues that we were seeing, which was eviction at an uptick. Many of our families that we were helping to get into housing, within 3-4 months, we were evicting because their inability to pay rent, as well as destruction of property. So we jumped into intervention, moved from prevention to intervention when we learned on, actually it was December the 31st, that C. Carter Crane was going to close. And we went for about a month and a half there of trying to help folks get into hotels and keep them housed because the shelter was closed due to major plumbing issues. When the shelter reopened in mid-February, we found out that Great Plains Improvement was dissolving and it would be closing permanently. So we talked with United Way, we talked with the board at Great Plains Improvement, several members, and found out that, hey, somebody needs to step up, and that's where we did. We have an advisory committee. Many of the members are here with me tonight that are working with me. So we took on the shelter. It is a 28-bed homeless shelter, using still the same focus and the concept of what we had used when we look at prevention, is really trying to follow Maslow's hierarchy of needs, making sure that, you know, folks are safe and secure, that they've got food, they've got shelter, and that they feel belong. So it really didn't deter too far off of the prevention aspect, and that was we provide a summer feeding program. We work with a number of 501c3s in the area, but also now we've got the shelter. So, but we needed to make it safe and secure. Mayor, I want to tell you and City Council, this project was not a Brenda project. This project is based on the love of this community. I've had vendors from all over this community that came forward after I had the fire inspector walk the facility and tell me what needed to be done. I will tell you that the facility, much like the low-income housing that was managed under the organization, had tremendous deferred maintenance. The shelter had tremendous deferred maintenance. But HVAC vendors in this community, plumbers, came together and immediately jumped in and made sure that all of the needs were met. And we certainly could pass inspection. On August the 7th, just based on a Facebook post, we had 165 volunteers show up to help clean the shelter. Thanks to the city of Lawton that provided me dumpsters, we filled 2 dumpsters of old and stuff that just needed to be thrown away, and we cleaned the shelter from top to bottom. The insurance inspector came down and he said it was one of the cleanest homeless shelters that he had seen. We continue to receive those compliments today. They get a no notice walk-in inspection. The residents that are there in this 28-bed shelter come in and we issue them new clothes. We give them shampoos, body soaps, towels, a new pillow, and we welcome them to the shelter and try to support them. But we have duties, and those duties include, first thing we do is we take a shower, we get ready, and when we have a good night's sleep, we wake up in the morning, we make our bed, we brush our teeth, wash our face, and we go off and we try to find a job or get the assistance that we need to be sustainable in life. We have been incredibly blessed with churches and local congregations that have come together and support us in this mission. We provided Thanksgiving meals, again, compliments by volunteers and churches, and we've already purchased our Christmas gifts for anyone that happens to be in the shelter. Right now, we're up to 28, a plan for 28, but we're not there yet as far as the number of people there. We provide church services for those that want to come that are staying in the shelter. We do that through actually it's through Logos Christian Ministry and Centurion's Chapel, where we have 2 pastors that provide church service on Sunday at 10 and 12, and we provide Bible study 4 nights a week at the same location. And then we also go over to Catalyst, who is one of our primary partners, which provides 30 beds for drug and alcohol recovery. Darby's has been supplying furniture. We have transitioned 28 individuals from our shelter into low-income housing, mainly the Lawton Housing Authority. We found out that they had went through a major renovation. They had about 35 vacancies, so the high-rise apartments have received the majority of our individuals because they do base the rent on their income, so 30% of their income, so it's much more affordable. And that's who's been a tremendous partner in helping us housing those families, or those individuals, the individuals coming through. We've partnered with Salvation Army, who has more skills, training, and history of dealing with chronic homelessness, and they can provide 24-hour service to those that need it. Catalyst has more training skills and abilities in mental health counseling that can work with those in drug and alcohol recovery. They have 30 beds, so we partner with them. So when Sergeant Dimmick calls and says, "Hey, Brenda, I've got somebody here," and one of our questions is, are they drug and alcohol free? If not, then I immediately call Catalyst, who makes provisions to help transition them in. When they transition out of Catalyst, we take them into the shelter if they're not ready for sober living, and we help them from that area to transition into permanent housing. We work with the Comanche County Health Department, who does most of our prevention training. Also, the Comanche County Memorial Hospital, who has a detox center, so if we have someone there, we get them there. And of course, Telefaro for mental health, and Southwest Medical Center, who's also expanding their services in the mental health and detox. And of course, the City of Lawton, both with the police chief and the police department, has been phenomenal in helping us in the areas that we need. So what is transitional housing and what is transitional homelessness? Well, C. Carter Crane is what many refer to as high barrier. You heard recently from Captain Brindley, Salvation Army, that is what we consider low barrier. High barriers when we do a background check. We'll do a background check to make sure that there is no criminal violent felonies, and they're also drug and alcohol free. That's how we can take them into our shelter. We do have 24-hour video security in the shelter, but I do not have some person there that's on staff 24 hours, or I did not until actually yesterday. I just hired a young lady that's a night monitor. So we bring them into the shelter, and the Lawton Police Department, I will give a handout to them. They've been incredible. So Friday night I received a call. Before they even bring them to me now, they're running to make sure that there are no criminal felonies. So they've got that. They'll bring them in and say, okay, they're drug, alcohol free, no criminal felonies, then I can go ahead and immediately house them. We do not take anyone that is under 18 unless they're accompanied by a parent, but we have received several young men and women that have aged out of foster care or aged out, and they've come there at 18. Thankfully, and again, a blessing of this community is we've been able to work with them to get them into homes and to sponsors that are helping them. And we've got one young man that was 18. He's still at MacArthur High School. He will not graduate to May. He came into the shelter, and within 3 weeks, we were able to find a home that's sponsoring him, and he is doing really quite well. So we're pretty proud of that. We've also had folks that have stepped up and have provided with getting their driver's license if they need it. And we've had a number of folks, certainly a couple of dentists, that have provided them emergency dental care when they come in and they need it. So we're very blessed in that sense. The average age of the person staying at our shelter right now is 55 years of age. So they're 55 and they're pending and waiting on disability benefits, or maybe they're injured and they don't have any income until they can draw Social Security. So our goal was simple. We wanted to get back to, let's just provide shelter with a twist. And I'll say with a twist. We're going back to what I believe that we have been led to do, and that is to go back to our ministries and have our ministries help self-fund the mission. Our scripture tells us we are to take care of our widows and to provide for our homeless, and we have reached out to our local congregations. We do not receive any city, state, or federal funding. This has all been from individuals and churches. We are currently up to 93, which you will see just in a minute. So again, 28-bed transitional, 18 years of age, unless you're accompanied by a parent or a guardian. I've told you it's alcohol and drug-free. The average stay is 6 weeks. We will work with you, get your ID to help you get a job, and there is no cost for services. We also provide food and clothing, and we've partnered with Catalyst. When they show up there, we've shared a clothes closet so they can receive what they need. Darby's Furniture is providing us furniture, again, as we move them into their housing. And we're getting the medical support. And Sir, Council, as I said, we started out with a faith challenge. There's 114 congregations that I counted one Thursday night, and I said, well, let's go back to the faith communities. And as of today, one more came in, and we're at 93 over 100. We will reach our 100 goal before the end of the year, I believe by Christmas.
Okay, great presentation. Do we have any questions? I think everybody's real familiar with what you've been doing, so we appreciate that. And I appreciate that, as Captain Brindley said, it's a community problem and the community needs to support it. So, and I think that's very valuable. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. We have something incredibly to be proud of, and that is how this community has embraced the efforts to lead the way to support those that are facing struggles with homelessness. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and that brings up item number 20. Receive a presentation from Mike Community Development and Resource Center about the status of its day center and beds available to the unhoused community. Bernita.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. I am Bernita Taylor, the founder and CEO of Quest of Oklahoma Incorporated, which we do business as Mike Community Development and Resource Center. Our priority is to empower, not to enable. So everything we do under the Quest umbrella is to empower. So we will start off by talking about the Lawton Housing Task Force, was where we started off with our efforts with homelessness in Lawton, Oklahoma. We have 42 organizations that we work with, and these are the lists of those organizations who come to the monthly meetings of the Lawton Housing Task Force or support the efforts of the Lawton Housing Task Force. The Lawton Housing Task Force has 4 divisions with the mission of ending homelessness in the Lawton-Fort Sill area. The divisions are prevention, intervention, stabilizing, and continuum of care. Tana Vu leads the prevention division, and she'll talk to us about that.
Yes, hello, thank you. So in the prevention division, we look at evictions, foreclosures, and home repair. And in that, this team has developed a system process for levels of care, and we've done that with an assessment that looks at the needs and where they're at so we can meet them and give them the level of care that they need. We've developed subcommittees, and one of those is the Eviction Prevention Subcommittee. We've developed data collection and system. We collaborate with funders, and that is a collaboration of local organizations that provide funding for those that are either homeless or at risk for homelessness. Then we also collaborate with local case managers and the Mental Health Committee. We have volunteers to help unpack and move anyone that needs to get out of a home. We have a moving vehicle available for those resources. And under our eviction and legal, these are the partners that help us on this prevention division. We have legal assistance provided by Legal Aid. We work with the realtors and property managers. We just partnered with Early Settlement Mediation, which is the Southwest Program Partnership. And we also work with the Comanche County Sheriff's Department. And on this, you can see the numbers as of right now from January to November. We have had 1,922 eviction hearings. On the default judgment, which means that the tenant didn't show up, and this is the prevention's focus. We only got numbers through August, but still you can see that's at 419. And then on the moving truck, since we've had it available, which was September, we've helped one family a month with that. And then within Comanche County, I think these are important numbers for the council to see. 43.5% of our Comanche residents are rent burdened. The national average is 45.83%. Obviously, the poverty rate, we're at 16.4, and the national average is 12.94. And as of March 16th, 2020, 8,301 eviction filings in Comanche County have been done, and all of that data was provided by Legal Services Corporation.
So we know from those numbers that we have to address that, and that is what the Lawton Housing Task Force is using many avenues to do to address and prevent homelessness from the beginning. Also, we have the intervention team, which is the outreach team, which deals with those who are experiencing homelessness, and that is led by Brooke.
Okay. So our outreach team, we were able to, this year we began in January, and we created policies and procedures. We also created a training manual and provided training to volunteers, as well as created a budget. We created a data information, so we didn't create the system, but we developed the data that we were going to collect when going out and surveying. And by surveying, it's conversation. You gather information when you're having conversations, and we used these points when doing so. So we coordinated our efforts. We chose dates and times, places, and we focused on breaking it down by ward. So you'll see that later in the data. And you'll see here that we needed specific things in order for us to go out, including bags, supplies, volunteers, training of those volunteers, various supplies and resources, as well as the ArcGIS, which we might purchase so that we were able to track that data. The emergency shelter is one of our greatest barriers in assisting those experiencing homelessness. We need shelter, we need emergency beds, and that's where this Lawton Housing Resource Center is going to really help in that. So you see here hotels, shelters, and emergency beds were limited. And so a lot of our folks remain on the streets because of the limitations we have here. We have special emergency shelters. We have Marie Deddy for domestic violence, Catalyst for substance and alcohol abuse. We have mental health with Jim Talaferro, and respite with the Lawton Housing, the Lawton Housing Resource Center.
So two other departments that we are in the process of developing. One is stabilization, which will deal with the housing, such as low-income housing, transitional housing, tiny homes, property managers, homeowners, and affordable housing. Those are the things that we're going to be addressing over the next 5 to 10 years. We're going to have to develop a system of processes for these moving through these different types of housing. We're going to have to develop a collection for data. We have and already are working on employment, education, and transportation. From that, we will provide continuum of care for up to a year so that once people get into housing, we do not have chronic housing coming back into the community. So we've said all of that to say, this is what we've invested for 20 months doing the Lawton Housing Task Force. These are the investments that we have provided thus far. For the Lawton Housing Task Force, Mite has provided $8,696. For salaries, Mite has provided $50,000. For client assistance, 40 clients who were at risk of homeless or homeless, Mite has provided $27,609. Grantor of Grace for 26 clients who were at risk or homeless has provided $10,000. HUD has allowed us to purchase the building for the Housing Resource Center of $404,302. So the total current investment right now is $500,608, and we want to stress that we have not asked the city to do this. We have invested because we believe in what we're doing as a whole unit of those individuals that we saw working together, which includes the city of Lawton. So what we're doing is about trying to resolve the issues, not how much money we can get. Next slide. So now we want to show you the outcomes of these investments that have been given towards this effort.
So this is the data that we have collected this year, January 1st to November 30th. Our outreach team has met 96 individuals, some of those families. And you'll see here that 72% at the bottom are unsheltered when we meet them, meaning that they're living in a place not meant for human habitation. And our goal is to get them into shelter, and that's where that emergency shelter comes into play. You'll see also that 25% of those we've met have been female. And the number of individuals that do not have family here was only at 27%. So there's a significant number of folks there that have family, but there's been a lot of family fallout. And you'll see here too that number with next steps. Our goal is to always get them to take next steps while we're building those relationships. That's where this Lawton Housing Resource Center will be beneficial, because a majority of them are facing barriers that they need assistance with. And then 15% of those 96 are veterans. You'll see here individual encounters by ward. So 62% of those that we've encountered during outreach have been in Ward 5, and then 21% in 3, as well as 9% in 1. Those are our greatest areas. You'll see that there's also not any that we've encountered in 4. We don't tend to go out that way because we don't get a lot of requests. Folks don't see a whole lot going on out there. One minute. And then here you'll see that these are the barriers that they face. A majority mental health, lack of job skills, addiction, criminal record, and no ID as well.
So this is the Family Resource Center and what it looks like. Our vision is for it to have tiny homes for transitional housing and a shelter. The shelter will house 10 families, have one room for respite care, and multiple offices for resources and other agencies to be in there to provide resources in one location. The total building project is $3.5 million, of which is on Mike and Quest to come up with those funds. The request we're asking for the city is up to, if anything at all, $150,000 for furnishings and equipment. Thank you for your considerations.
50,000, you're making that request through our housing on our CDBG?
Yes, and that will not be asked to be paid until near the completion of the building project.
Okay, so that's not direct, that's with CDBG. Okay. I want you to explain something to me real quick. Does this guide everything you do? Empower, not to enable. Those were your words, empower.
Everything we do is to empower, not to enable.
Mm-hmm. Tell me exactly what that means.
Empowerment means that we raise people up to the level of their greatest potential to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining.
Okay, I want you to go back up to the picture right there. So the building has a lot of family units, and then you've got the tiny homes.
Yes.
That's not permanent. Those
No,
are
those
transitional.
Yes, sir.
While they're in your program.
Yes, sir.
To get back on their feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Many people cannot go from shelters where there is no cost to rent where it's averaging $750 a month.
Mm-hmm. Now, we just went to Oklahoma City and we saw a man that had been there for 9 years. Is that your idea for this?
No, sir.
What is your idea of the maximum stay?
The maximum stay that we will have in our shelters is 3 to 6 months. The maximum stay within our transitional housing is 6 to 12 months because our programs work to provide employment. And if I talked about everything we do, it would be a long time. But we do what needs to be done for those who are ready to come to our services. Mm-hmm. Because what you saw the other day was enablement. We are about empowerment. So people who come to our program will need to be ready to go to work, to go into a recovery center or go into those situations that will help them come up to a place where they can be self-sustaining. And while they're doing those programs, they'll be able to move quickly through the resource center, the shelter, and the transitional housing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you work with a lot of groups there, and so I commend you for your broad reach and working with people. That is the key. The organizations that don't work together create some challenges, even though they do some good work. Other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Oh, who said that? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So, Bernita, would you or Ms. Fu discuss briefly, in the last month you've done a couple of employment drives and helped people find jobs, and the numbers were staggering. Could you share those, please?
Yes, through our Work Ready program, we've serviced, we have 43 now that we've serviced. How many of those have gotten jobs? 20? 21 of those have gotten jobs. We had a Worklahoma job fair. In that, we asked the employees to send us back in surveys. We had 43 employers there. Of those employers, 12 have sent us information. How many did they interview?
More than 30.
How many did they interview?
30 on the spot.
30 interviews on the spot. How many did they hire?
There's just under 50.
So didn't they interview over 100 and hire? Mm-hmm.
On the spot was 30.
Okay.
After the fact.
Okay, after the fact.
Was
Was well above 100, with a total that have been hired of being
or just below 50.
just below 50. That was our first event, our first time. We had over 300 participants at that event. What we're trying to say is the programs that we do have, they work.
And I believe during that process, you helped some people get their identification,
Housing, utilities,
addresses,
clothes,
so
hair done,
Yeah.
transportation.
phenomenal changes in these people's lives. So excellent work.
I just like to commend everything that you all are doing. I know when I went through that simulation project, I think it was about that. Yes, poverty simulation. I think that was about September, and I just had never experienced. I've never had to experience homelessness, so I just wanted to commend you all for all that you're doing. You're doing this an excellent job, outstanding job, and just for the compassion that you have of what you're doing, and just continue to do what you're doing. God bless you.
Thank you. So I was a homeless teen.
I echo the fact that it's commendable about the proactiveness of your program and giving these individuals opportunities to get out of situations that they've found themselves in. I noticed in some of your statistics that chronic homelessness was that like 8%?
8%. We did not start tracking that until mid-fall, and so that number is low.
Right.
But we also, there's a lot of individuals that don't reveal a whole lot about themselves, so you have to take that as well.
Yeah, I was, Ward 5 had a pretty big chunk of the pie.
Yeah.
And I drive around a lot of times and take a look at things that are happening in the ward. And I'm not that chronic homelessness actually is, I mean, the variables that you use, of course, to delineate that number is it seemed a little low. But the question I was asking was that, these people have to fill out a questionnaire saying that they're chronically homeless. So some of that may be covered because it's probably a very embarrassing to admit some of that stuff, especially with self-esteem and whatnot when they're trying to climb out of issues that they're in. But appreciate all that you're doing and appreciate the fact that it is proactive. The whole tiny homes project that you're doing, do you have a projected date when you're going to be finishing that?
That's over the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay. So once that's in place, then the program will probably reach its fruition. I visited you one time, and you were doing some stuff for the specifically for the youth or young men. Is that going pretty well then? That part of it?
Yes, the teen program, that building project is complete. Most of the furnishings is in it. It will have a grand opening within the next 2 weeks, and we hope to have our first young men in there by February, March. We're going through the licensing process at this time.
Wonderful. I appreciate the infrastructure that you're creating within our city to be able to give opportunity for people to better themselves and taking them to the point where they're financially stable. I think is a very admirable goal. Thank you.
All right, great presentation, great work. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a break.
supposed to file anything frivolous, so we can't include negligence, file mortgages on stuff that, or file foreclosures on stuff that the mortgage wasn't filed. So anyways, and where people didn't have notice because they pulled up to one property.
Gary and I are going to be yelled at.
Ready for all your reading of
Okay, let's make our way back to the dais.
You said the right thing there, buddy.
Are you the band
Where's
from Eagle
Kelly?
Beans?
Is Kelly up here?
Skinny man coming.
How do you do with them?
Oh, goodness.
No, no, but I've had about 5 or 6 of those coffee beans. I'm ready to go.
You look down there, your hair was standing up.
Does each bean count for a cup of coffee?
That's close.
I'm wired up, Charlie. I've been eating those coffee beans.
If you see him just spinning in his
They're
chair,
covered with
that's
chocolate.
why.
Okay, we're back from break. Mr. Harris is not here, but we have a quorum. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Item number 27. By the way, council, I think it's like 8 o'clock. And so hopefully that will control your comments. Item number 27, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to business licenses by repealing and reserving sections 722.1, 2201 through 722.1, 2208, Division 722.1, Article 722, Chapter 1, Lawton City Code 2015, be removing the signed contractor's license requirement from Chapter 7, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
I will be real short and sweet over the next 4 items, I promise. So this is a little bit more cleanup that we're doing in Chapter 7. So what we're doing with this is we're taking the signed contractor's licenses out of Chapter 7, and the next item is to put it in Chapter 6 with the building contractor's registration. So this ordinance is just to repeal and reserve the section in Chapter 7. Any questions?
An ordinance pertaining to business licenses by repeal and reserving section 7-22-1-2201, 7-22-1-2202, 7-22-1-2203, 7-22-1-2204, 7-22-1-2205, 7-22-1-2206, 7-22-1-2207, 7-22-1-2208, Division 7-22-1, Article 70-22, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, by removing the signed contractor's license requirement from Chapter 7, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. I've got 8. There we go. Motion carries 8-0. Item 28, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to building construction and housing by retitling Article 6-6, creating Section 6-6-2, 601 through 662-608, Division 662, Article 66, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding signed contractors to the title of the article, adding the requirement for signed contractors to be licensed to operate in town, the requirement for the license, the fees for the license, adding the expiration date of the license, the bond requirements, the insurance requirements, why the license can be revoked, and when a signed contractor license is not required to install a sign, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So like I just said, this is just a companion item to the previous one. This is just putting it in Chapter 6, and we just put it in the same code in the same article as the building contractor's registration, because they pretty much mirror, and policy has always been that we treat them pretty much the same. So we just took the code from Chapter 7 and moved it over to Chapter 6.
Move to approve and read the title only.
May I have a motion to approve and read the title only, and a second? Please read.
An ordinance pertaining to buildings, construction, and housing by retitling Article 6-6, creating Section 6-6-2-601, 6-6-2-602, 6-6-2-603, 6-6-2-604, 6-6-2-605, 6-6-2-606, 6-6-2-607, and 6-6-2-608, Division 6-6-2, Article 6-6, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding sign contractors to the title of the article, adding the requirement for sign contractors to be licensed to operate in town, the requirements for the licenses, the fee for the licenses, adding the expiration date to the licenses, the bond requirements, the insurance requirements, why the license can be revoked, and when a sign contractor license is not required to install a sign, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 29. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Chapter 7, Business License, by repealing or reversing Article A79, and pertaining to Chapter 6, Building, Construction, and Housing, by amending Article A66 and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So this resolution is the companion where we're taking the fees out of Chapter 7 and adding it to Chapter 6, and we're establishing an effective date of 30 days to coincide with the ordinance that was just passed.
Mr. Gill.
Move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading, and just read the title.
Okay, that's not, it's a resolution, so move for approval, and I heard a second down here. Please vote.
I just didn't want to read it.
I never get it right. It's always a one or the other.
One more vote. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 30. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix B bond schedule, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Chapter 7 business licenses by repealing and reserving Article B722 and pertaining to Chapter 6 buildings, construction, and housing by repealing and reserving Article B6224 and by creating Article B6605 and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So this one is the last one, I promise. So this is on the bond side of things. Sign contractors are required to carry a surety bond. So we're just moving that from Chapter 7 to Chapter 6. And for some reason, plumbers were required to carry a surety bond. And in the 16 years that I've been with the city, we've never required that. So we're taking it out of code to make it easier for the plumbing contractors. So we just wanted to make it match practice. So
Motion.
there you go.
Motion to approve the resolution.
Motion to approve the resolution. I hear a second. You heard a second. Okay, let's vote on this. Motion carries 8-0. Got an ordinance coming up, George. Considered ordinance pertaining to administration, amending Section 211103, Division 211, Article 21, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to mayor and council members' compensation by increasing the amount of compensation to be provided annually by $5,000, establishing a set compensation for the mayor pro tem, providing for severability, and establish an effective date. Who's the speaker on this? Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mayor, so the last time we had an election, we heard a lot of talk about, well, we need younger people. And, you know, they're tired of looking at all of us old retired people up here. And the reality is that I probably put in 20, 30 hours a week just doing council work. And younger people who have another job that may not allow them that flexibility, they're going to need to have a little bit of help to get there where they might be able to serve. This hasn't been upgraded since 2005, I believe. Since that time, inflation has bitten off about 56% of the value of that compensation. This is simply to bring that kind of back up to where it should be, and to take care of the expenses, the gasoline we buy, the cell phones we have to use, and kind of make it easier for the council people to do the job that the citizens elected them to do.
And is that a motion?
That is a motion to accept.
Motion for approval. Do I hear a second? I did hear a second. Discussion or debate? Let's vote. Oh, let's read it. Oh, wait a minute. Was your motion to waive the reading of the ordinance to read the title only? Was your second that? Please read.
An ordinance pertaining to administration amending section 2-1-1-103, division 2-1-1, article 2-1, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to mayor and council members' compensation by increasing the amount of compensation to be provided annually to the mayor and council members by $5,000, establishing a set compensation amount for the mayor pro tem, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 32, consider approving a resolution repealing or replacing resolution number 24-126, specifying the revised intent of the mayor and council of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma regarding the extension of the term of the existing excise tax of 2 1/8% as approved by the registered voters of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma at an election held for such purpose on August 27, 2024. Rebecca.
Mayor and council, this is the follow-up item from the 2 open meetings that we had regarding the money to be reallocated. This is the reallocation of those dollars.
And so let's go a little further with that explanation. It looks like that it's being put into, not reserve, what's the word? Contingency.
Correct.
And then it could be drawn on by items that are over budget, correct? And at this time, we don't have any requests for those funds.
Correct. There's always a request.
Okay, and that's all this does. And I want to clarify that because, you know, when we say we're repealing and replacing the resolution of intent, the message that gets out sometimes is not right. And that's the wording, but we're making a minor change here and reallocating funds, or allocating funds that weren't allocated for, really.
Correct.
Can I get a motion for approval?
I move to approve the resolution.
All right. Is there a second? We do have a second.
I wanted to get at least one right.
Please vote. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you. Item 33, keep your seat. Provide City Council with an update on the FY 2023 and FY 2024 audit process.
I am honored to say that tonight you accepted the final 2023 audit for the financials. That allows us to go ahead and be compliant with all the other reporting that happens after we do that. But we are still waiting on that single audit. I was hoping, I had my email up, I was hoping to have that tonight. It should be any moment. The single audit literally will probably be filed in the morning because I've stood here tonight saying that it's not.
So you really feel like we're bringing this to a close tomorrow?
I do.
Okay. And then we're looking at being a little bit late on the 24, but we're working on being on target and on time
That is correct.
for 24, 25, correct?
Absolutely.
On target and on time.
I agree.
Okay. Any questions?
And the award.
Yeah. Oh,
Mayor.
yeah, that takes a few years to get it, but
Mayor.
she's going to work on it.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, I'd just like to say, Rebecca, thank you again for your leadership and your team there in the finance department. And of course, that goes back also to city manager. Good choice. Thank you, John, for the interview. Rebecca, thank you for the leadership you're providing and for the team that you have in the finance department.
Thank you to my team and to the city that has to provide all the information.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Number 34, receive a staff report on litter abatement efforts around the city and take action as deemed necessary. Michael.
Good evening once again, Mayor and City Council. Back in October, there was a request to present litter abatement efforts to City Council in December, and that is what we are here to do today, is to present litter abatement efforts throughout the city. So did want to discuss that we did collaborate with Neighborhood Services as well as Parks and Recreation, because all three departments work towards litter abatement within the city. So you'll be hearing from each one of our departments on litter abatement efforts that we all accomplish, and we're available for any kind of questions that you have throughout the presentation. So as mentioned, there's the clicker. All right. So as mentioned, it's three different departments that all work to perform litter abatement as part of our services that we offer. I'm sure other departments out there also pick up the trash and whatnot around the city, but these are the three ones that have the responsibility to do it. So for Public Works, we have three different divisions that all handle and work with litter abatement. We have our stormwater management, we have our solid waste division, and then lastly we have our drainage division. So stormwater management, this is you met Cam last month during the True North Award. So some of the efforts that he's been doing is educational outreach, and this is also Mike Hawkins, but they also do educational outreach. They're going out to the community, showing them what, especially for school children, they're going out to the different schools, teaching them what litter can do and how it can affect the ecosystems that are out there. We also have the flyers and newsletters that they have set up. They have a hotline for the pollution for any kind of streams. If anybody sees any illegal dumping in the streams, they can call that hotline, and they will go out there immediately to go take care of and try to spot it and try to take care of any kind of issues that they see. And then lastly, we also had this, the stream cleanups that we discussed about that. They picked up over 110, 120 bags of trash just in the 2 months that they've done stream clean. So October and November, and they're going to be working on another stream clean here. It's going to be, I think, the 21st of December. Don't quote me on that, but that should be right around that date that Cam's working on another stream cleanup. So that's 110 bags of trash that's out of our streams, out of our ecosystems that are able to help out with the animals and plant life, and just make the city look better. So here's some pictures of the stream cleanups and some of the trash what it used to look like, and then afterwards after their cleanup efforts. So our drainage maintenance division, they also take care of trash throughout the stormwater system. Most of the time what their trash pickups is going to be is before they go out and mow. They try to pick up whatever trash they can, whatever they can safely pick up. So in some areas it's not safe for them to go down into those areas to pick up. But in the areas that they can and where it is safe for them to do so, they pick up the trash before they go ahead and mow over there. They also take care of vegetation that gets stuck into those drainage as well, as you can see from the picture on the right-hand side. Solid waste division, they handle a couple of different areas as far as litter abatement. So they have the 11th Street litter abatement, that's specifically called out in their budget. They have in-house and contracted crews that go ahead and patrol 11th Street when the trash is getting bad. They go out there with their vacuum trucks and they pick that up. We get a lot of complaints from the citizens that are on 11th Street leading out to the landfill because unfortunately just the travel path of that, trash falls off of vehicles, paper, it's light, it blows out of vehicles. So they go out there and try to be good neighbors to the community, and for the most part, our citizens, they've been appreciative of that. Jason, he works hand in hand with a lot of those neighbors. They have Jason's phone number. They give him a call whenever they think or whenever they feel that there's a little bit more trash out there, and they go ahead and take care of that. We also have the No Cart November that Councilman Harris was a big spearheaded for. And there's approximately 110 shopping carts that were collected. 20% of those were at the curb, and then 80% of them were from our solid waste crews that took the initiative. They started driving down alleyways. They started driving down anywhere that they could that they thought there might be shopping carts, and they found 80% of those 110 shopping carts. So roughly about 82, 83 shopping carts they found and they picked up off the street, and trying to just make our community better. We are reaching out to the different
And Michael, if council persons still have shopping carts in their wards, they can let you know and we can get those picked up, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And so we just reached out, we're going to be reaching out starting tomorrow to the different companies that we picked up shopping carts for, to give them that opportunity to pick those up before the end of January. After that, then we'll be scrapping them and getting rid of them and getting them out of the community. As far as illegal dumping is concerned, they collected 11 illegal dump sites in 2025 to include the stream clean efforts. And that is what we have as far as Public Works litter abatement. Is there any questions for Public Works?
Oh, a mic. Can we get a police help on those areas you say is too dangerous? I'm assuming they're too dangerous because of homeless and other people that might be there, or is it from critters and snakes?
So there's critters,
Or
sometimes
both.
it's just too steep to be able
Yeah.
to get in there safely
Okay.
along with the vegetation. So it's not the unhoused population that we're concerned about.
Don't need the police, yeah.
Correct. You know, Cam, he's part of the, as mentioned earlier when we were talking with when we were talking earlier with the unhoused community, he's on the homelessness action task force that goes out there. So he's very well versed, and he's been helping out quite a few unhoused individuals to get help that they need.
So I'd like for you to go back a few to the bridge. So, how much of this that we're seeing here is from the homeless population?
There is a decent amount. A lot of these are from sites that have been cleaned up. I don't have an exact percentage of how much was collected, how much was from upstream or downstream. We don't have any way of annotating that, but a lot of it was from unhoused communities that are living underneath there. When we clean it up, they are no longer present at that site, so they have moved on, and that's when we go through there and clean it up. So we're not taking away their homes, we're not taking away their belongings. It's things that they have left behind.
Well, so how often do we check under the bridges to see if people are there?
So as part of the drainage crews, as part of their mission to maintain the drainage devices, they're down there a couple times a year. They walk all through the different stormwater systems out there. So at a minimum, 3 to 4 times a year they're down there. Our stormwater management, they also, again, Cam, he's down there a lot, speaking with the homeless community and the unhoused community, trying to help them out and get them the help that they need.
And so we're checking on it 3 or 4 times a year, and this is the result. Would it be reasonable to say if we started checking on it more that we wouldn't have as much trash?
Potentially, it is a potential that could help out with it. It's uncertain I don't know for certain that it will have an impact. We need the unhoused community. They're still going to have a place to stay. I know we have the ordinance that they are not allowed to stay in public areas anymore.
And these are public areas, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
So Cam is working with the Lawton Police Department on abating these areas as well.
And who is it that's responsible for checking these areas? You're telling me stormwater maintenance checks them?
Drainage maintenance and stormwater management, they both check out those areas as it's part of the drainage and stormwater system.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
It looks good.
This yours? Yes. Not a problem. Good to see you again, Mayor and Council.
No, good to see you, Josh.
Just to go over a little bit of neighborhood services.
I like that tie.
Hey, I appreciate it. A little festive today. Go over a little bit of neighborhood services throughout the beginning of the fiscal year, or throughout the fiscal year. Through October, we have sent just over 4,900 notices to the citizens for litter abatement. 1,187 abatement work orders were requested by our code enforcement officers. It's finally slowing down for us. Things are getting a little bit easier out there. We did just bring on our 5th nuisance abatement contractor in September, and right now we are also working on bringing in some additional abatement contractors to help us get through all of our work orders and clean things up a lot quicker. Just a couple pictures, showing the kind of litter around these properties that we are picking up and actively working on. Any questions?
Yes. I know we have an ordinance, or I believe we do, where I've read that a business is to pick up litter on their property or that originated from their property no less than once per day. Who's in charge of checking on that and making contact with the business when it's obvious they hadn't picked up in a day?
Right, I would have to check up on that. I don't want to see why that wouldn't be us that would check on that. I know with a lot of ours, it's a bunch of, or we have to send out those notices, which gives 10 days, so I definitely have to check on that.
Mayor,
that ordinance.
it's code enforcement.
Which is neighborhood.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you are aware of that?
I was not aware of
requirement,
that.
no less than once per day. And that includes what blows off of their property they're responsible for.
Right, right.
And, okay, I'd like to ask you to look at that, because, and there's a reason that I asked for this report, and there's a reason I asked for it in December, and it's because January through April are the times we see the most litter because the grass isn't growing. And it's important to this council, litter and the looks of the city is important to this council, as well as the citizens of Lawton. So I'm doing this to make this important so that everybody understands this is a priority of the council and of the citizens. Does anybody have any questions for Josh? Mr. Harris?
Mr. Mayor, and Josh, I know it's incredibly difficult to be able to drive around to all those stores. So I happen to be downwind from the Dollar General store and I get a lot of stuff, and not necessarily from the store itself, but as people come out, they're just shedding wrappers and stuff, and it blows onto my property, and I'm constantly having to clean that up. Or you're coming out and then reminding me that I need to clean it up, which is perfectly okay. So, but along that same line, and recently somebody in town put signs up on a lot of street corners saying, hey, got bed bugs? What is the process, or do we even care about that? I mean, to me, that's litter as well.
Right.
And not to mention I know it violates some sign ordinances, but it just seems to go unchecked.
Well, that one should definitely be getting a lot better. I actually reached out to them, and try to figure out where exactly they were here in town, and let them know who I was and where, I was with Neighborhood Services. Did advise them about the sign ordinances that they said other places in the state did not have the same ordinances, but I did let them know, hey, this is, what we've got. I took them back their signs, and I really haven't seen as many of those bedbug signs out as before.
But shouldn't they go out and collect the signs? Shouldn't we say, hey, either you go get them, or we're going to go give them and give you a little fee for doing that? Because there's still plenty of them around. It's one thing to say we won't do it again, but
Right.
but they're not. I mean, there's roofers, there's all sorts of people that do that, and it just seems that if we let them do it, and I mean, they're sticking the large real estate signs that they've modified and using them to stick into our medians and stuff. And to me, some of those bigger signs could become a hazard because they could penetrate a water line, power line, whatever. And we just need to find a way to enforce that on a regular basis.
Definitely.
And my suggestion is, and I shared this with the manager today, is that we got one guy, maybe they rotate the job, but on Saturday morning they just drive up and down the main streets and just jump out and grab those. And pretty soon, because those signs are expensive, I mean, the homemade ones probably weren't, but some people spend serious money on that. If we go snatch them up and they go, oh, well, that was $500 down the drain, maybe they won't do that again. But that's just one suggestion. And maybe they could grab a couple of grocery carts along the way.
Other questions for Josh? Comments? Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Larry?
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Litter abatement in Parks and Rec. Can we get the slide back up? That's all right. Litter abatement in Parks and Rec, as you can see by the slide, it all falls directly under Parks and Grounds supervision. So what you see depicted on the map right now are the zones for every park that we police twice a day. Again, this is the primary responsibility. We also police along 11th Street twice a week also. And I will tell you, we have policed everything in the parks from washers and dryers to mattresses and anything else that our citizens sometimes take out there. It's a lot of legal dumping going on in the parks. We also are responsible for major contracts for mowing and policing or litter abatement throughout the city. And we are responsible for quality control of those contracts. And those contracts cover everything, major arteries of the city, east and west. So you can look and you see who has them. Rogers Lane, when you start talking east and west, Rogers Lane, Cash, Gore, Lee, all those main arteries. Also, north and south, you got 82nd, 67th, 57th, 52nd, 38, Sheridan, Lori Tatum, and Flower Mound. On top of what you see here, we also have 97 easements. So our major problem is with quality control and having the staff to do it. Because right now I have 2 individuals that monitor those contracts throughout the city, as well as their prospective zones within the park areas. So that's our major issue right now. It's very difficult to see all of the city in 1 week the way we do with the easements and the parks. It's very difficult. So we went over this. He covered a little bit of this. Again, our challenges is like I said, it's somewhat staffing and lack of awareness. And we do, right now we have a program where we place things on our net where we look for volunteers to help come clean up the parks. And it's been very successful in Elmer Thomas and a few other neighborhood parks. The Adopt-A Park is working out really well. Right now we have 2 on board. We're looking to get more.
Larry, recently we changed city code to allow for liberal use of community service in lieu of fines at municipal court. Are you seeing any defendants kind of circulate through and with litter abatement efforts?
We use them a lot on the easement, sir, so it is working there. But it's difficult with staffing, but we are making it work. That's all I have, sir.
You're aware that in the Propel 2040, the citizens gave us a significant amount of money for youth. Now, unfortunately, summer programs don't line up with the worst part of when we see litter, but I'm hoping that you will take advantage of that to get parks cleaned up and other things that won't attack your budget. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Never even thought about that. Thank you.
And I do have one other question, but it's back. I'm sorry I missed this one, Michael. We have 2 vacuums?
Currently, we have 1 vacuum truck. We have 2 that have been ordered. So we will have a total of 3 once they come in from the manufacturers.
When do you expect that?
We ordered them about 2 weeks ago. We are expecting them, it should be between 8 and 12 weeks.
We approved that purchase months ago.
Correct. It was on the budget for this year. It was it had been, as far as the rolling stock, it had been pushed, or capital outlay. It was for the fourth quarter purchases, and we bumped them up to second quarter so we can get those purchases.
Okay, so since we just have one, we'll see it out a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because, I mean, obviously we bought it to use, and everybody's pretty excited about seeing that out there sucking up trash.
Yes, sir.
One
Okay.
question.
All right.
One,
Yes.
one question, and I don't want anyone to take this wrong. Will those vacuum machines work on groundhogs, prairie dogs?
I will have to get back with you, Councilman Gill, on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So Larry, do you want to talk about that a minute?
They will not, sir. Okay, they will not. But I will tell you that we are in the midst of relocating again to Alfalfa County, very, very north along the line between us and Kansas, 100 more, okay?
Okay, all right. Questions, comments, motion for adjournment, or motion to go to executive session, I mean?
Hey, Larry? Larry?
Did you make a motion?
I made a motion.
Did you second it? Sure. Please call the roll.
Harris. Yes. Chapman. Gill. Yes. Hampton. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins.
We're back. Mr. Uyghur, did you have a motion to return from executive session?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Williams, did you second that motion? Please call the roll.
Williams. Warren.
Present.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
We're coming back out
Wait,
of executive session.
wait, unadjourned. I was in a hurry to get out of here.
That was a vote to come out of executive session. There you go.
Item 35.
All right. Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim of Sabrina Turner, and we are not taking action in open session. 36? I didn't know if you wanted to say it. We're 35, we're done.
Number 36.
Okay. Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, a governing body convened an executive session to discuss a pending action with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality concerning a notice of violation issued by ODEQ to the city on November 15, 2024, in relation to the City of Lawton wastewater treatment facility, NOV number S-11303-24-3, and we will not be taking action in open session.
Mr. Gill makes a motion for adjournment. Ms. Chapman seconded it. Please call the roll.
Warren. Hankins. Chapman. Gill.
Absolutely.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Harris. Harris.
Is that a valid response? Robert's Rules of Order, absolutely.
Absolutely.
What's that?
Is that a valid response to a roll call? I don't know. Good Lord.
What are you eating? Chips?
Yeah.
Oh, it's sure warm, I'll tell you. It doesn't keep your ears warm, boy. It keeps your head warm. Well, you know, you wear one. You know how it works. And it keeps that heat in.
Okay, thank you for the card.
I'm surprised.
You know, I noticed Mary Ann